to the holding area of Ring A, that's the south side. We'll get things started promptly right around 9. All right, third and final call for senior showmanship. Again, that's in Ring A, south side of the bay door. Go ahead and head this way. Third and final call to come to the holding area of Ring A for senior showmanship. And once again, we will be live. If you go to the Facebook page at Pursuit of Purple, you'll see a link for the live stream on YouTube. Again, that's on the Facebook page of Pursuit of Purple for the live stream on YouTube. Be sure and check your reminds if y'all haven't signed up for those. We'll be sending texts on the remind to make sure you're up to date on what's going on at what time and what ring. Hello again, and good morning, and welcome to the Pursuit of Purple Steer and Heifer show. Here we're going to say a quick word of prayer, and then we will get started with our senior showmanship. Father God, we thank you for this day. We thank you for bringing us all here together and safely, God. We pray that you just put your hand of protection over us, God, with all the exhibitors and everyone here, spectators to watch, God. I pray that you just keep us all safe, keep the livestock safe, calm any nerves anybody has, and know that we will do everything to glorify and honor you, God. We pray all this in your son's name. Amen. All right, currently in Ring A is our senior showmanship. Our judge right now this morning in Ring A is Quest Newberry. Quest grew up in George West, Texas on his family's diversified livestock operation. This sparked his interest in the livestock industry, which led him down the paths of 4-H and FFA. After high school, Newberry attended Blaine College and Texas A&M University, where he was a member of the highly competitive livestock judging teams. In addition to judging multiple county and regional shows across the country, Newberry has had the opportunity to judge the Calgary Stampede, the State Fair of Texas, San Antonio Livestock Show, the Louisiana State Fair, and the National Western Stock Show. Quest graduated with a master's degree in ruminant nutrition from Texas A&M, and he is also a professor and livestock judging coach at Blaine College. Again, that's Quest Newberry here in Ring A. All right, this will be the first call for intermediate showmanship, also in Ring A. If y'all can go ahead and head to the holding pin for intermediate showmanship. All right, this will be the second call for the intermediate showmanship on the south side in ring A. Second call, intermediate showmanship. Go ahead and head to the holding pin in ring A.
Well, good morning. It's a pleasure to be back after a really nice steer show yesterday, and I'm really looking forward to working through the Heifer show today. And as we get started here on a Sunday morning, I think it's awesome that we started in a word of prayer, and I hope as we go through the morning, we think about how blessed and how fortunate we are to have the opportunity in the show ring with our friends and family and doing what we love. And I say that because I think it's something that we take for granted sometimes. And as we get started out here this morning on showmanship, in a senior division, you know that it's going to be very competitive. And as we go through the different viewpoints in the ring, there's some trade-offs that exhibitors maybe show or possess. And as I go through the three divisions today, or four maybe, I'm going to try to prioritize consistency and making sure that at the end of the day, maybe our exhibitor that wins or gets second wasn't flawless, because it's hard to be flawless in showmanship, but was very consistent. And so as we work through our senior division, some differences, and I honestly feel like I have to be just a bit critical in a competitive setting in regards to foot placement and just natural body positioning. And I say that because if we give our senior exhibitors enough time and you just study them get their cattle set up, they're going to get the feet placed right and get them pulled together. And at the same time, when we talk about being just natural and doing things in a very flawless effort, I also think that that's another thing that maybe it comes down to. And here in our senior division, we're going to be able to award a champion and reserve. And as we get out here, as we work to the profile and we get to our final viewpoint, I thought it was close amongst several because whenever we pulled to our initial view from behind, I thought they were the ones that pulled in a very square fashion. They were spaced very good and had maybe just a little bit more right away in regards to just covering the basics. We pulled a profile, and I personally feel a bit more comfortable finding one that I think settles in as our champion in terms of just making sure feet and legs are placed right, always doing the most they can to get their heifer presented. And I think for reserve, it becomes very close amongst the group of exhibitors that from one time to the next maybe had some trade-offs in regards to just where they may be lined out in my mind. And I say that because I feel like we have some exhibitors that are very natural, very common, that we get in the way they get their cattle presented. But at the same time, maybe their cattle are acting just a little bit more I guess, harder to deal with this morning. And at the same time, maybe our line of acceptability in an area or two, we're calling just good enough and those type of things. And so I'll go out and I'll shake the hand of our champion, then reserve. If you would, please put your hands together for our exhibitors here as we start off a really good Sunday morning.
Congratulations to first place in the senior showmanship, Carly Burks. Congratulations to second and senior showmanship, Emma Finley. This will be our last call for their intermediate showmanship. Again, come to the south side in ring A to the holding pin for intermediate showmanship. We now have intermediate A. This is be the first call for junior showmanship. Junior showmanship can go ahead and head to the holding area in ring A.
As we get into our intermediate division, I think the competition level and just the level of just difficulty in this particular division to excel and set yourself apart becomes even more challenging. And as I mentioned in the senior division, and I think I could echo the same statement here, these young people are doing a great job at the basics. Whenever we pull to our view to the side, I really like how many of them know the way they need to get their cattle presented and set up. And I say that because honestly, I think back in the day, if I was the age of these exhibitors, they would show circles around me. And so I don't want to sound like a hypocrite or anything like that. And I say that in a very praiseworthy fashion for the young people out here doing a great job. If you are ringside, let's go ahead and put our hands together for our intermediate division that we have out here. I often think it speaks volumes about the young people. They could still be washing their heifer and ready for their show later on, but they got up even earlier or got their animal presented even earlier to come out here and put themselves in a competition and compete early this morning. And so as we get out here, I do think in this particular division, at least in my opinion, there's a group about 4 or 5 that just make a really strong push in regards to knowing the basics. And at the same time, I feel like having a very good understanding of when their animal looks its best. And I think that's a true token of a good showman, is knowing when their animal looks their best. And at the same time, as I alluded to in our first division, trying to stay with the exhibitors that are the most consistent. And I say that because I do think showmanship is very situational. The pair that we're going to use out here today, our champions won. That didn't matter where we were in the ring. I thought their use of the ring space, and we are a little crowded in here with the number that we have, the use of their ring space and making sure that their animal always is pulled together just right. Their attention to detail is very, very good. Then there's a pair of exhibitors that you can tell are working very hard to make sure their animal is set up just right. And I say that because I think that their ability to be very natural and comfortable when they do that allows them to at least come up, in my mind, towards the top. And so a really good group, like I said, in the first division. I'll put down the mic and get you a champion reserve. But my congratulations to all of our exhibitors here in our intermediate division.
Congratulations to first place in the intermediate, Isabel Schutz.
He's a single breed Indian. So if he wants to be in class 6, we can roll into class 6. They might
189.
Wyatt Gandy.
Congratulations to second, 189, Wyatt Gandy in the intermediate. This will be the second call, third call for junior showmanship. Go ahead and head to the holding area in ring A for junior showmanship.
That's the one that just put American, right? Yeah. Yeah, she just put American, and I'm like.
Final call for junior showmanship. About to go in the ring. If you are in junior showmanship, go ahead and head to the holding area in ring A. This will be first call for Wee Showmanship. If you're in Wee Showmanship, go ahead and head to the holding area in ring A.
Well, as we get out here into one of our younger divisions, I know we still have our peewees to go, but three young people doing a nice job as we've done this morning. If you are ringside, let's put our hands together for our exhibitors in this division of showmanship. As we get out here and we get us the champion and reserve, I think some give and take in regards to maybe some of the strong suits that we have. As I've went throughout the different divisions, trying to find the exhibitor that does the nicest job and yet does it very consistently. I think honestly that can kind of peg a pair of exhibitors out here. For me, though, going around the ring, making sure animal goes the right speed and doesn't get too far in front of us, and everything reads just very comfortable like it needs. I think describes our champion showman. Our reserve is one that I think is very good at walking their heifer directly into the proper stance and everything looking very natural. I thought that heifer maybe got just a little bit more in front of us on the get-go and then maybe don't have as much head control. And then there might be some give and take in regards to the heifer size, and that can be just a little bit more difficult and those type of things. But all in all, a really good group. Our champion showman in this division is going to be the young lady in the back, and the young lady up front will be reserved. Congratulations to our exhibitors doing a great job.
Congratulations to the champion, Addison Poe. And second, Abigail Koenig. This will be the last call for the Pee Wee Showmanship. If you're in Pee Wee Showmanship, go ahead and head to the holding area in Ring A.
Well, as we conclude our showmanship divisions for the morning here with our youngest age group, 4 young people that are doing a great job, and I think their ability to get these cattle presented and do it at such a young age is awfully impressive. And as we get out here, I enjoy discussing with each exhibitor a little bit about their heifer, mainly just kind of what breed they were and those type of things. And as we get back out here, and we will have us the first and second today. I think there's a lot of give and take, and whenever we talk about our champion today, I think their ability to really have a game plan when they come in the ring allows them to separate themselves. They pull into a viewpoint, they make sure the feet are set, heads up, and they loin their heifer just a bit and pull her together like they need to. Our reserve champion is one that I think follows suit in terms of just natural style and the way they position themselves and the way they go around the ring. I don't know if our feet are set up perfect every time, but do a nice job of getting that heifer's head up and pull together. And then I think maybe some little give and take down the line when it comes to just maybe the way we have our feet placed and how we maybe had our cattle set up from the side. But all in all, an extremely good division. Please put your hands together for our exhibitors in our Pee Wee group, and I'll go get us a champion and reserve. But my hat's off to all 4.
Congratulations to the champion in the Pee Wee, Eli Gandy. Congratulations to second, Darcy Burden. All right, again, and we're about to get started for Class 1. This is the first call, Class 1. Go ahead and start heading to the holding area in Ring A. Again, Class 1, head to the holding area in Ring A. We'd like to thank some of our sponsors here at the Pursuit of Purple. Some of our local people here that helped us put on this show is T2Go. T2Go and T Energy is owned by local team ropers Carson and Caden Tinsley. The brothers have brought to Stephenville healthy tea for a healthy living for all tea lovers and energy drinkers. Be sure to stop by and see us this weekend. Good luck to all the exhibitors and to the students making the Pursuit of Purple show happen. We'd like to thank them again at T2Go and T Energy.
It was me, actually. I assumed it. They should have specified.
Again, we'd like to thank the Knights of Columbus. Now in Ring A is Class 1.
As we get started here in Ring A, just a single entry in this class and for the breed, a really nice heifer. Whenever we studied her coming in the ring, I really like the way she's put together from a structural standpoint. A long-bodied heifer that has some thickness and some stoutness to her. A nice female there, and compared to some, maybe she would be against. You could maybe drop her in her flank just a bit and bolden her up there in her forward and heart, but feet and legs are good. I think that heifer looks like she has some performance and some stoutness to her. A nice single entry for this exhibitor, if you would. Please put your hands together for them, and we'll move to our next breed.
This will be the first call for Class 2. Please make your way to Ring A. Class 2, please make your way to Ring A. This will be the first call for Class 3. Y'all can also get ready. First call for Class 3. Now in the ring is Class 2. This will be second call for Class 3 of the Beefmasters, as well as first call for Class 4.
As we get started off in our Beefmaster show, a nice pair of heifers that I think represent just a little bit different of makeup and a mold, if you will. And as we stand back and we study them, I am going to leave the cattle the way they stand. The dark heifer at the front of the lineup is going to be our class winner. Whenever you study her, I think amongst the pair today, she maybe doesn't read maybe just as soft whenever you study her down low and lower portions of her rib cage and her forward and back to her flank. But I love the stoutness and the thickness that she offers. Whenever you study the cattle, she's a really big-footed, heavy-structured female that handles it really good in terms of the way she's put together. And then when you get behind the cattle, I like how she's big out of her pin set and dimensional, and a nice female in those regards. I think it's close because whenever you just set them up from the side, I like the heifer in second in regards to her extension. She's really attractive up front, and I prefer the shape there at the top side of her neck. Comes back really soft and maternal, and that's where I can see some give and take amongst the pair. I just really like the extra length and stoutness out of the hip of our class winner, yet still she's built just extra heavy duty in terms of her structure. Some give and take. I went over the stout, really powerful one over the one that has some look and a very maternal essence to her. A good pair here. Please put your hands together for our young people. A nice group to study.
Class 2 winner is going to be Isabel Suits, and in second place is Broan Thompson. Now will be Class 3 of Beefmasters, and first call for Class 4 and 5 of Beefmasters.
We have a single entry here in our Beefmaster show this morning. This young lady's red heifer is one. If you are around the ring and you study her, you have to really like her length and levelness, a good lined heifer in regards to her extension, her levelness down her top and out of her hip. A female that I think offers a really attractive look. In comparison to some her age, we could maybe just deepen her up and soften her up in terms of her center body. But I think that female is one whose look and just overall very good. Congratulations to that young lady, and we'll see her back in the breed drive momentarily.
Congratulations to Miranda Campbell in Class 3. Now we're going to Class 4. Last call for Class 5 of Beefmaster.
We have another single entry here in our Beefmaster show this morning. A young lady brings in a heifer, and when we get her set up there, I think one you can like a lot of things about. A very attractive female who's built very good in terms of her skeleton. I really like the structure and the foundation that she has underneath her. At the same time, when I was at a 3/4 angle or behind the cattle, very good, and just the shape of her rib cage, her thickness from behind, and then puts it all together in a very smooth, attractive look from the profile. Nice single entry here for this young lady. I really look forward to seeing this one back in the breed drive as we conclude with our next class.
Congratulations to Addison Pope in Class 4. Now we're going to Class 5 of Beefmaster. Last call. This will be the first call for Class 6 for the Brahmins. First call for Class 6. Here momentarily, we are about to begin our Beefmaster breed drive. If all Beefmaster showmen can head back to Ring A for the breed drive. Second call for Class 6 of Brahmin. Second call for Class 6. Again, if all Beefmasters can head back to Ring A for the breed drive.
In our oldest class in our Beefmaster show here in Ring A, a young lady brings in another single entry, a bred female that whenever you study her, I really like her moderation, her depth of body really looks like an easy keeping, low input type of female that has a really good base laid underneath her from a functionality standpoint. And I think at the same time, that female still offers a nice look in terms of just blending together from the profile. I think going to make a really nice cow prospect for this young lady. And honestly, like I said, in terms of frame size and body shape, looks like one that's just going to be low maintenance, good kind of cow prospect. And so congratulations to this young lady, and we'll go right into our Beefmaster drive.
Now going into the ring is the Beefmaster drive. This will be the third and final call for Class 6 of Brahmins. Santa Gertrudis, please go ahead way to ring A. Santa Gertrudis, please make your way to ring A. Class 8, 9, 10, and 11.
Well, as we get our Beefmaster lineup in, we'll let them pull into place here on the profile. We've talked about each and every one of them, either in class or as a single entry. And so the details have been shared, at least in this judge's opinion. I do think our single entries, as we went through them, and as we do that today, I'm not going to try to sound too critical, but being a single entry and talking about what age you are and where you fit amongst your contemporary group, I do feel like is a bit of my job as well. And so I just want to say that I don't want to sound too critical today, but as we went through those different classes, I try to share my thought process to you about those animals. We get back out here and one could kind of pick and choose some different things they want to do in regards to if you want to pick the attractive one that maybe needs more time or the really stout one that maybe doesn't have just the same look from the profile as some. But honestly, when it comes to our champion honors, I think we have one that combines those two things and honestly kind of sets themselves apart. And then it comes down to what do you just maybe feel a little bit more convicted to. And I say those things because I think throughout the day, judging breeding cattle, you have to pick which type and kind you like the most and kind of go with it. And so as we get out in the Beefmasters today, this young lady's heifer pulling out will be our champion. Congratulations to her. And with that being a single entry, the three heifers that we have left out here are the ones that we have for reserve honors. I think our bred female represents a really nice cow prospect and is very, very complete and functional. Our red single entry is the really good-looking, attractive one that in relation to the other females, we could make her just a bit deeper and bolden her up in terms of rib cage. But when she does that later on as a bred female, I think she's going to look incredible. And then our black heifer that's up at the front of the lineup, I think that female is just so stout structured yet so correct. And those are things that, at least in this judge's opinion, I think are pretty cool in the way we can combine those. Young ladies heifer up front will be our reserve. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations to our Beefmaster breed winner, entry number 414, Addison Poe, and our reserve breed winner, entry 422, Tanner Kennedy. Excuse me, Isabel Suits. they going at the same time?
No.
I guess yes.
Okay, cool.
So in the ring is class 6 and 7.
Class 7 and then champion or breed for breed and reserve. So they can bring him in order. It's fine.
So that in the ring now is class 6 and 7 for breed.
Yeah, in the ring now we have 6 and 7 Brahmin heifers.
In the ring now is class 6 and 7 Brahmin Heifers.
And then after he's done fixing him, we'll say breed winner and reserve breed winner. They're both going to be very good. So just so you know, it's the young heifer, the old heifer.
Over here in Ring A, we have our Brahmin lineup. The young man that's showing the red Brahmin, they're both his heifers, and I say that and I discuss with him a little bit. I think that's awesome that he has a good group of Brahmin cattle to build from. That's a tough game in regards to trying to get in the Brahmin business, and what I'm saying is I think that's awesome that he has a really good cow base in the making here, a little different from one another to describe them. Before we get us to Champion Reserve, our youngest heifer, really good in the way she ties everything together. A smooth made, attractive female that I really like the way she blends from her front end to her hip. Everything comes together really nicely. An attractive female that in comparison to the older heifer, I know she's older, but maybe not quite as stout or wide or as bold in terms of her rib cage, but really like how from the side she comes together nicely. The red heifer is one that's around 18 months of age, and with that, right off the bat, we could maybe make her just a little bit bigger bodied and higher volume, but whenever you study her feet and legs and her extra dimension from behind, I think those are very, very good things about her. I like her extra substance and just stoutness to her. A good pair of females. I'm going to use the red for champion and the gray for reserve. Congratulations to this young man that has both.
Congratulations to Jared Stiles for champion and reserve in breed for the Brahmins. Now we're going into class 8 for the Santa Gertrudis. First call for class 9. 10 and 11 be ready here in ring A.
As we move right along to our Santa Gertrudis division, the young lady brings in a heifer around 10 months of age, and I think one that you can quickly identify as being really good at the ground. Study the way she feels her track in motion, offers you a really nice look from the side, extended and really good as you study her shoulder, chest, and how everything comes from their back. I like how she reads still deep and maternal back to her flank for a heifer, at least in my opinion, still relatively young, a female at the same time that doesn't disappoint from a thickness standpoint. A really nice single entry for this young lady. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations to Emma Finley in class 8. And we'll go on to class 9. Final call, followed by class 10 and class 11. Again, we want to thank some of our sponsors at Caliber Collision Centers. Caliber Collision repairs cars back to pre-collision condition and helps their customers by restoring the rhythm of your life. They're a preferred partner of the nation's leading vehicle manufacturers and all major insurance carriers. Our technicians receive ongoing comprehensive industry-recognized training and utilize the latest technology to ensure that we restore your car back to manufacturer standards. They're the nation's largest collision repair provider with over 1,400 convenient locations in 40 different states and growing. In the ring now is Class 9.
A nice pair of heifers that are just under a year of age, 11 months to be exact. Both exhibitors told me that. And as you study them, I do think that they represent different, just maybe cattle when they're mature, and just mature cow size is just a little bit different from one another. I think both good heifers, whenever you just study the basics that they offer. I'm going to go ahead and lead off with the heifer directly in front of me. A female, I think, comes together with a very balanced, attractive look. I like her extension. She's good up ahead of her shoulder, draws back, and I really like the way she is through the lower portion of her rib and back to her flank. And we just talked about aspects of balance that crossed my mind. She's extended. She's good down her top line. Her depth of flank in relation to chest, everything just kind of flows and makes sense in my opinion. I think a good heifer to go ahead and win this particular class. The heifer in second's a little bit heavier structure, and I honestly like her extra foot size and stoutness, and she's built really good through her shoulder and knee, and I like that slope that she has. Honestly, has a bit more than our class winner, and at the same time, throughout the day, I'll talk about maybe the type of cattle I like. I like moderate, good-bodied, functional females, and I think she represents that. Just ran into a female that I thought whenever we pulled aside, maybe offered a bit more today in terms of just balance, and maybe in comparison, this heifer gets a little bit higher to her flank than our class winner, but a good pair here in ring A.
Congratulations to Class 9. First, Emma Finley, and second, Brecken Massey. We'll go to Class 10 now, followed by 11, and then we'll have our breed drive. In the ring now is Class 10, Emma Finley.
We have another single entry. This young lady brings us one that at the same time as maybe some of the other cattle that she's brought in. I think one that when you just study the way her skeleton's built and just the maternal look that she offers, very feminine, very just refined through her front end. And I like how she's still very fresh from a condition standpoint to be a female that I would categorize as big-bodied and very just easy doing in terms of her softness and in terms of her rib shape. I like that about her. Like I said, stand off. She's a balanced female. Get up close to her. You can like the shape and the spread that she has. A really nice single entry that we have for this young lady. Really looking forward to seeing some of our single entries back in for the drive as we conclude the breed.
Congratulations to Class 10, Emma Finley. We'll now go to Class 11, again with Emma, and then we will go to our breed drive. Can all American breed winners make their way to Ring A for the breed drive? American drive.
Well, as we conclude here with our oldest class, once again, just one in here, but as we've talked through the entire breed, I think one that really brings forth a lot of things that we've already discussed. This young lady's brought in quite a few of them, and just talking about the way this one's put together, I think one that satisfies a judge's demands of if they want one just a little bit heavier structure and thicker made. Yet still, I really like how she lays her shoulder on very smooth and flat onto her skeleton there. Really big bodied. I think that female represents a good kind of cow from a frame size and body mass standpoint. Like I've said several times, and I am excited. I think it'll be nice to see this one compared to some of the other cattle that we have coming back into the ring.
Congratulations to Emma Finley in Class 11. We will now start the Santa Gertrudis breed drive in Ring A. We'd like to give thanks to some of our sponsors again. Roberts Production. Roberts Productions is a statewide production company providing everything from lights and decor for wedding to full production for festivals. We are proud sponsors of the Pursuit of Purple show. Thank you again to Roberts Productions.
Well, as we get out here into our Stan Gertrudis lineup, a really nice group of females, and I do believe the young lady in the back of the lineup brought them all through, and I think she has a really nice set to work with. You know, we get them back out here, and I do think we have some differences in terms of just some of their just natural spread and just the shape to their body cavity. We have some that are maybe just a little bit longer made and more extended, and so as we get out here, I think some give and take. The one that suits me best is going to be our oldest heifer. Congratulations to that young lady there with her oldest heifer. I thought that one was one that just kind of suited me the best of those four. And honestly, there's the least guesswork, I should say, in regards to that being one that's a bit older and has a bit more maturity to her. And I think one that still comes out here and looks like a fresh show heifer for what she represents in terms of her age compared to her contemporaries. Some give and take in the other cattle, and I think there can be some close decisions. But the one that I think is just a bit more unique and I think brings forth a lot of neat pieces, I like the youngest heifer reserve. Congratulations, that young lady with the really good set of cattle.
Congratulations to Emma Finley for both breed winner and reserve. Can we now have all American breed winners come to breed A for the division drive? Final call for all American breed winners. Please come to Ring A for the division drive. All American breed winners. We'd like to say a big thank you to Saddle Rags, the Western store located here in Stephenville. Saddle Rags was established in 1994 and started as a small storefront focused on the latest Western styles. They have continued to grow according to their customers' needs and adapt to changes in the industry. Saddle Rags remains committed to serving its many customers. You can visit Saddle Rags at 3021 West Washington Street in Stephenville. Thank you to Saddle Rags. The American Division Drive is now in Ring A. We have Tanner Kennedy, Addison Poe, Jared Stiles, and Emma Finley.
Well, as we conclude our first division here in Ring A, and I know everyone's ready to get their Americans to Ring B, and so as we do that, just to recap just a bit, if you watch the cattle walk in the ring here in this division, very, very pleased and satisfied with the way they're built from a structural standpoint, good built females that are very functional. We have some differences in body type and maybe some of their positive attributes, and I think that comes with just a little bit differences, I should say, in terms of their breed, and I think that speaks volumes about just kind of some of the utility these cattle have. But at the same time, as we get out here, and we'll get our reserve breed champion in and put in the lineup. But I do think the two American females that we're going to land on here in Ring A suit me awfully good, and I think bring forth functionality with yet still having the right kind of balance and look to them and bring forth a lot of breeding value. And so a good group from top to bottom. Our champion American is going to be the young lady's Beefmaster. Congratulations to her, and we'll get in our reserve Beefmaster for reserve contention.
Congratulations to Addison Poe for the American Division breed winner. Division winner. This is Isabel Suits coming in as reserve breedmaster.
As we bring in our reserve beef master, I think that one gets right in the mix. And depending on what you like to do or what you like your cow herd to look like, and honestly kind of do some different things out here, I do think that that one falls right into contention because of her bringing forth stoutness, yet still being so good in terms of her joint work. Very, very good in the way she's put together from a skeletal standpoint. I think it's I knew it'd come down amongst three of them whenever we can only pick a champion reserve. But at the same time, in regards to finding one that I think follows suit and brings forth just an awesome maternal look in terms of just the way her rib shape just is built into her look from the side. Young lady Stan Gertrudis will be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations to Emma Finley on Reserve American. All right, if the American Heifers can go ahead and head to Ring B, we are going to start with Class 12 with the British Heifers. Class 12 British Heifers, go ahead and be ready in the holding area in Ring A. American Heifers, go ahead and head over to Ring B. Classes 13 and 14 of British, be ready in the holding area. I'd like to say a big thank you to Shay Michelle Buckles. Designs by Shay and Designs by Shea Durfee are handcrafted for individuals and associations. Their motto is affordable quality that brings out the uniqueness in you. They can cater to your specific needs, and each buckle, piece of jewelry, and accessory is an original made by Smiths. Thank you to Shay Michelle Buckles.
Well, excited to get the day started here in B, and we do so with a pair of Beefmasters that I think both have a ton of quality to them just from a look standpoint. Both of them, I think, are extremely functional as we see them circle the ring. I am going to leave them as they came to us and use the black heifer. It's your extra power that I think elevates her to the top of the decision here. Big-footed, heavy structured, as we mentioned, still functions with a lot of flex and give to her skeleton as she goes. And then she just studies from there up, just stouter in terms of her hip and view from behind. Still very balanced on the profile as well. It's not without some give and take because I do think the heifer behind her is a little smoother through her shoulder back, transitions a little nicer into her forerib. Don't think that's going to be a problem for that black heifer moving forward. Red heifer, as we mentioned, ultra feminine, very, very sound and functional on her feet and legs as she goes. And again, she transitions from nose back to tail, probably a little more seamless than that black heifer. I love the way she puts it together. She's not without power when you step in behind her. Surprised me a little bit for the power that she has out of her hip and through her lower quarter. Just gives up some overall stoutness of foot and bone and feature to that heifer in front of her, and that's where the pair lands the way they do. Again, I really like that mold just in terms of functionality and attractive look from the profile. Really good pair, good way to start out Ring B.
As we get into our British division and we have our pair of Angus females out in the ring, this will represent our entire Angus show today. A nice group out here that I think we have some trade-offs in regards. One representing a fresh show heifer and one representing a really functional brood cow in the making. And we're going to go ahead in ring game. I'm going to go ahead and side with the young lady's younger heifer. I like that heifer's extension. I like how she's really fresh from a condition standpoint. When we get her set up from the side, I like the way she comes together. Very high quality in her presence, yet still a female that's applied with width and thickness from behind. A nice female to go ahead and take our honors here in our Angus division. The basic utility and cow function of our reserve champion is pretty apparent to me. I like her frame size. She's moderate, huge bodied. I think she really brings forth a low input look. With that, she maybe gets just a little bit deeper about her chest, maybe not quite as refined through her front 1/3. But like I mentioned, in the basics of just being a good cow in the making are there. I love her functionality, and I like the type of cattle she represents.
Congratulations to our class and breed winner of the British in Ring A. First was Abigail of Angus, Abigail Coing, and second, Alyssa Lacey. Back over in Ring B. In Class 2, the winner was Isabel Suits, followed by Broan Thompson. Over in Ring B, our judge this morning is Webb Fields. Webb was raised on his family's cattle operation near Mount Pleasant, Texas. As a youth, he was active in the American Junior Simmental Association, serving as the president in 2009. He currently serves as the executive board director of the Santa Gertrudis Breeders International. He also brings a great deal of beef cattle knowledge and industry experience to the growing association. Prior to joining the SGBI, he served as manager of the Texas A&M University Beef Center. In that role, he managed the 150-head commercial cow-calf operation, served as a spokesperson for the international tour groups and state extension programs. He oversaw the development of new purebred herds and coordinated facility improvements. He has also worked at an Outback Ranch LLC and Bovine Elite LLC. He graduated with his bachelor's degree in animal science from Texas A&M University and a master's degree in reproductive physiology. Again, that's our judge in Ring B, Mr. Webb Fields.
Good single entry here as we continue on in our Beefmaster show. Another female that impresses me for the extra look that she's got and functionality. Another heifer that I think steps out with some flexibility as she enters the ring. Really, really up-headed in her look up front, draws right from their back. I guess in relation to frame, we could maybe see a little more center body and dimension in that female. We'll certainly see how she stacks up against her contemporaries in a second.
We have another single entry here in Ring A as we move into our Hereford show. The young man brings in a heifer calf that I think brings forth a lot of good. I think this female is very attractive, yet still really good in just the shape of her rib cage and like how it fits her frame size really nicely. A functional female that's very good in the way she comes together from the side. Really excited to see this one back in later on. Congratulations to this young man with a really good heifer here in our Hereford show.
In Ring A, congratulations to our Class 3, Rowdy Novestead, 13. And in Ring B, our first place was Class 3, Miranda Campbell. We can have our final call for Ring B for Classes 6 and 7 for the Brahmins. Class 6 and 7 final call in Ring B.
Well, we keep bringing sound, functional, attractive Beefmasters into the ring, and I think this one probably takes it to another level. Stops and planted just in terms of her quality about her head, neck, and shoulder, the way she draws back, the extra set that she's got to her angles, I think is all very, very impressive. Maybe uniquely just as impressive as when I circle behind her and study her from a three-quarter view, just how square she sets her skeleton to the ground and the extra shape that she's got. Very, very impressive single entry. We'll see her back in just a second.
Congratulations to Class 4, of the Beefmaster in ring B, Addison Poe.
Over here in ring A, we have another single entry in our Horned Hereford show, and then we'll get both back in the ring to fight for the breed and reserve breed championship. We have a single entry here that, once again, I think really embodies a functional look. She's one that has a really good shape to her upper rib, and I like her depth and fullness whenever you study her lower rib cage. One that whenever you study her going around the ring, really good about her functionality of her feet and legs, yet still brings forth a really good low input look. You know, compared to some, she maybe doesn't read just quite as fresh through her front 1/3. And like I said earlier on, going to bring up some things when there are single entries that can maybe tidy her up there to the base of her chest. And as we work from there forward, but really liked her cow pieces from there back. A nice single entry for this young lady that's doing a great job this morning.
Congratulations to our Class 14 winner in ring A, Presley Jordan. We will now start the breed drive for the Horned Herefords in ring A.
Well, like all the Beefmasters we've seen to this point, again, I think they're all functional and going to make really good cows. Good cows make good show heifers, and I think this is a similar mold in terms of her functionality of her feet and legs, the way she bends and flexes her entire skeleton. And then again, at this stage, I think that's a female that's good in terms of her rib cage, good in terms of her balance, just a really complete one, again, that I think will make a great cow prospect for this young lady. Congratulations to her. We'll see how the final drive shakes out here in just a second.
Congratulations to Miranda Campbell, Class 5 Beefmasters in ring B. We will now start our breed drive for Beefmasters in ring B.
Well, as we go throughout the day, and then we maybe have some breeds that are a little bit smaller on numbers, I know it'll seem like we're kind of getting cattle in the ring and kind of out the ring and just, you know, kind of a marathon, if you will, between ring A and ring B. And I say that because I don't want it to come across like we're being a little bit too quick. I think as we talk about the cattle here in ring A that we have that represent single entries, I talked about them with details and broke them down in their single entry classes. We get him back out here and revisit a couple of things. This young man's doing a nice job, but this younger heifer that we have in the lineup, because during showmanship, she wasn't acting quite that good for you, and now look how good she's acting for you. So I really think you're doing a good job with that heifer, and when she does calm down, you get her set up like you have her there, she looks really good. I like her extension and the way she comes together from the side. I mentioned for one her age, I like how she's still very juvenile and very attractive up front, but then as you work from there back, really deep and soft. I think that one's structure is really good. I think a really nice female there. Our heifer up front's one. Really like her cow pieces in regards to width and body and soundness. Maybe we can make her just a bit more attractive up front, but that's not going to take away from her long-term function. And so a nice pair of heifers are a little bit different from one another. Young man's younger heifer is going to be our champion. Young lady's older one's going to be our reserve.
Congratulations to our breed winner of the Horned Herefords, Rowdy Nawasad, and our reserve breed winner, Presley Jordan. This will be the first call in ring A for our mini Herefords in Class 15.
Well, as expected, we've got a really nice lineup here for your grand drive and the Beefmaster show. As we've discussed, they've been sound, they've been good looking, they've been functional, and I think you can certainly see that throughout these classes. To talk the differences among them, the calf is big-footed, heavy-structured, stout in terms of her feature, and yet still gets around with the right kind of flexibility, and I think balances together really nice. I would hope her best days are in front of her, because if she fills into her forehead there, continues to fill into her body, I think she balances up that much better and continues to get good, and is a unique breeding piece that I think if you get her mated up the right way with the extra stoutness that she's got and the quality that she reads with, I think not only is her best days in front of her as a show heifer potentially, but I think could make an awfully dang good cow for this young lady long term. Today, she does study just a little coarser up front at the top side of her neck and her shoulder, and as we alluded to, she could transition just a nickel smoother. I don't think any of that's going to be a big issue for her. Red heifer is ultra attractive in her look up front, ties her head and neck high to the top of her shoulder, draws back in terms of her angles and lines very well. She does need to be a little bolder in her center body and just a little fresher today in comparison to these contemporaries around her. If she does so, I'm not sure that, again, she won't have the most success moving forward. Black heifer behind her, single entry, we talked about her just probably being on another level of quality, and I think that holds true out here. I love her build. I love her angles, her structure. I love just the quality that she oozes in terms of her front end, and the way she connects everything together is tremendous. And then, as we talked about, it certainly doesn't disappoint when you get behind her. And then we just discussed this oldest female in terms of being super complete and functional. I think that's what she is out here in this lineup. There's no big holes in that one. That one makes a tremendous cow. Doesn't maybe overwhelm you just in terms of look or in any one area as another one or two out here, but just a very, very good cow prospect for that young lady as well. I like the heifer out of the third class to win. I like the calf up front to be reserved.
Congratulations to our breed winner, entry 414, Addison Poe, and our reserve breed winner for Beefmaster, Isabel Suits. This will be our first call for ring B of the Santa Gertrudis in Class 8. Right now in ring A is Class 16 for pulled Herefords.
I enjoyed discussing with this young man. I know this is his second heifer in the ring, and I said, "You must like Herefords," and he said he does. And I asked him which one he liked more so far, and he said he liked them both equally. And so he has a good set so far from the ones that I've seen. And another single entry, a young heifer calf here that whenever you just study her in motion, I love the way she works there at the ground. Really attractive up front, and I might keep things a little bit basic today, but when they can be attractive up front and be that neat through their shoulder and neck attachment, then still naturally as a young heifer calf be that just deep and bold about their center body and really give you just a high quality female look. I think they offer a lot of future really nice single entry for this young man here in our pole division. Congratulations to him, and we'll see this heifer back in not too long.
Congratulations to ring A Class 16 winner, Rowdy Nawasad.
Well, a nice pair of Brahmins that I think this is our show this morning. The gray female up front, I think is just, again, a good mold moving forward. Sound and good in terms of angles, very flat shoulder, up-headed, very balanced from their back. I think obviously as we compare back to the red Brahmin female, just needs to be stouter. I think she can do that because she's got some roundness to her rib, and so if she'll just get stouter as she grows, get stout enough, I think that one just gets better and better. Red Brahmin female reads with a lot of quality to me. I like the look that she's got up front. I like how level she draws from her hump back. She is more powerful as we view her in terms of her foot and bone and view from behind. Biggest thing, just want to open her up in her center body and drop her down a little bit, and then that all comes together that much better. But hopefully she does that with time. But again, just reads with a lot of quality with some added power. For those reasons, we'll go ahead and use the red Brahmin to win. Gray heifer up front will be reserved.
Congratulations to the breed winner and reserve breed winner in Class B. Ring B for the Brahmins, Jared Stiles. Now in ring A is Class 17.
Well, as we start the Santa Gertrudis show off, I think we've got a female that really fills her track well, stops with a beautiful silhouette, and it starts up front. She is so high-headed and so extended to the top of her shoulder. Everything just fits from their back. Still got the right kind of dimension that you can see in terms of the sweep that she's got to her rib to, I think, just progress and get better with age. Really fast start to the Santa Gertrudis show. Congratulations to this young lady.
This will be a final call for Class 20 in ring A. And congratulations to Class 8 in ring B of the Santa Gertrudis, Emma Finley. Again, Class 20 in ring A for Polled Herefords.
Young man brings in another single entry, and this one's maybe just a little bit different than your other heifer, young man. This one's a little stouter made and a little bit maybe just naturally thicker in the way she's put together. And I think that's awesome that you have some differences in your very high quality females that you've brought in. I do like how this female brings forth some stoutness whenever you study her in terms of her bone and footwork. She's a level-made female that's really good in terms of the thickness that she portrays out of her pin set. At the same time, still balances nicely out here as an individual. I look forward to comparing her to other cattle, but I do think that she fits her age and her maturity to a very high level, with still being one that is unique and being a bit stouter featured than some, with still that refinement up front. And so a nice single entry here in ring A.
Class 17 in ring A, Rowdy Nawasad. Now in ring B is Class 9.
Well, we get into a class of competition here within the Santa Gertrudis show. And I like both these females quite a bit. I think they're going to both make really functional cows. We will leave them as they came to us with the young lady's heifer up front. Similar to her last female in terms of advantages of extension and look from the side, the way she balances, the way she functions around the ring. And I think uniquely, she holds those advantages just in terms of look when we get her stopped. And she's still the bigger, higher performing heifer when you step in behind her. And so really good package there to lead us off. I really like the heifer here in second. This young man's doing a great job of getting her in the ring for us and off to a great start. It's good to see, as we talked about yesterday in showmanship, with these young folks being out here and spending their weekend doing this. And he's got a good female. I love her breed character and her color. I love the extension that she's got up front. I love the moderation, the functionality. That thing's going to make a beautiful cow, and I think just get better with time as a show heifer as she continues to grow and fill into herself. And she just needs to do that because she gets out horsed a little bit today. But that's a good cow prospect for that young man. Congratulations to him. Congratulations to our class winner.
Again, congratulations to Class 9 in ring B. The winner, Emma Finley, and second, Brecken Massey. Now,
all righty, as we go over here in ring A, and we're still in our polled show, another good single entry when we just study the way she's put together from a feet and leg standpoint. I really like the slope to her shoulder knee, the sec to her hot and pasterns, very, very good. A level line female. that I think in terms of just her skeleton, the way she balances up from the side is very, very nice. With that, I think that female, whenever you get up and you study her up close, we could probably modify and bolden her up just a bit in terms of the lower portion of her forerib and through her upper rib just a bit. But I love how she collects herself so naturally level down her top line, a beautiful set to her hind leg, and I think her outline and her skeleton is very, very nice. Congratulations to this young lady on a good kind of female here in Ring A.
Congratulations to Class 18, Savannah Martin in Ring A.
Really good single entry in our Santa Gertrudis show. This young lady's got a type, and I like it. They're all pretty similar in terms of their build. They stop and plant with just an extra amount of look from the profile, and this heifer's no exception. Very similar to the last couple class winners in terms of just the look of quality, their silhouette, and still for me enough when you get in behind them. It'll be interesting to kind of sort it out when we get them back all together. Congratulations to this young lady on another really high quality heifer.
Congratulations to Ring B, Class 10, Emma Finley. Now in Ring A is Class 19, Savannah Martin. Ring B, we're about to begin Class 11, Emma Finley.
This young lady brings in another single entry, and I told her maybe a little bit different than her last one, and so she has some differences in her cow base that she has in the making here in regards to whenever she takes those show heifers and makes them cows, is going to have a lot of different things you can do, and I think that's awesome to kind of have some different types and kinds. I say that because I think that's the fun part of showing cattle is be able to think about when you can take their show halter off and make them cows in your herd, and this one, whenever you get up and you study her, one that's just naturally really bold and just really thick, and I love those things about her because it also comes with a really good skeleton and functionality laid underneath her, and so I like the way her feet and legs are put together in terms of just function and long-term use, and then she does that with just a shot more power and just a bit more thickness, and so a really nice heifer here. It looks like we're finishing up on her polls, and so we'll get her back in here in a moment as we compare her to some of our other class winners.
Congratulations to Ring A, Class Winner 19, Savannah Martin. Now in Ring B, Class 11, Emma Finley.
Well, as we alluded to, all these class winners are very similar. I feel like we're seeing the progression of the same heifer almost in terms of their growth. This heifer, again, really, really attractive. I love how neat she is and small she is about her head, yet stout enough in her skull. The way she transitions back. We talked a lot in the steer show yesterday about how they wedge. And this heifer does a tremendous job of being real skinny and flat up front, getting wider from their back. As I mentioned, very similar in terms of the way she balances, yet she's probably, just guessing based on memory here, probably a little stouter in her foot and bone and look than those heifers that we've seen so far. And again, we'll kind of sort it out here in a second when we get them all back out together. But congratulations to her on another really good single entry.
Congratulations to Class 11 in Ring B, Emma Finley. Now in Ring A is Class 20. And in Ring B is the Breed Drive for Santa Gertrudis. Again, we'd like to thank some of our sponsors at Stephenville Equine Sports Medicine. As horse owners and rodeo enthusiasts, the veterinarians and staff understand the needs of both the equine athlete and their caretakers and exhibitors. From personalized friendly service to cutting-edge equipment, the facilities at SEQSM provide the answer to equine veterinary care in Stephenville. Thank you to Dr. Doris.
Well, as expected, and we've been talking about, I think these cattle fit together tremendously. I don't know if we'd have a better set or a more uniform set if we worked through 500 of them today. And so really excited to see this kind of quality. The heifer up front probably, to me, is probably the set leader just in terms of look and reach up front. I love the way that heifer can stop and plant with such an arrogant look to her, specifically how she holds her head and neck. And then from there, draws back with the right kind of balance, draws back with the right kind of shape. And so really neat to see a young female like that with that extra look, but yet I think going to be more than stout enough. Heifer behind her, similar mold, sound, maternal, still balances up very good. Same can be said about the heifer third in the lineup. Just a really maternal sweep to her rib cage and transitions really nice from her shoulder back into it. And then her oldest heifer, as we discussed, I so neat how small and stout she is about her head, how neat she is about her head and neck. And then, as we kind of talked about a second ago, probably of a set of cattle that are sound and functional and very attractive, probably the stoutest as we study her in terms of her base. And so really unique there. So lots of different things I think can happen. To me, I do like the added power with the look of the big heifer to win. And then I do think the heifer up front is probably the most unique in the extra extension she's got up front. So we'll use the calf on the far end for reserve.
Congratulations to Ring B, Emma Finley, for breed and reserve on Santa Gertrudis.
Well, over here in Ring A, we have a set of polled females that I think are fun to stand back and analyze. I am going to leave the cattle the way they stand and to discuss similarities before differences. I think both of these females are so identical in the way they're put together from a mature cow size standpoint. They're moderate, they're level, and I think their basics are very, very similar. Females that aren't going to be just maybe the deepest bodied ones we see the entire day, but I say that because our class winner has the advantage in several areas, in my opinion. First, as we start off through her front end, I like how she's wedged a bit nicer about her shoulder, and that allows her neck to be set up a bit higher there. Gives her an awesome look of refinement and attractiveness in terms of the way her shoulders shaped and her look through her front 1/3. And then when I stand back and I study the cattle, she's naturally bigger out of her pin set, bolder in terms of her rib cage, and I like those things about her. She's just a bit more natural in terms of having more dimension to her rib design and from behind, yet still a bit nicer through her front end. Like I mentioned, I think just basic cow utility is really good, and our dark red heifer that's going to be in second. Young lady is doing a nice job with one that's functional from a feet and leg standpoint. Although we could change her just a bit compared to our class winner, just a bit in terms of the way her shoulders configured, maybe just a little bit more open there, and maybe not quite as unique through her front 1/3. Really like that she's moderate, good in terms of her depth of side. A nice female here to be second, if you would. Please put your hands together for both young ladies as they exit the ring.
Congratulations in Ring A, Class 20, winner Hadley Doris and second Lila Doris. We're now going to start the pulled Hereford breed drive in Ring A. Now in Ring B is the American Division drive.
Did he already place him?
We have Addison Poe, Jared Stiles, and Emma Finley in Ring B. We'd like to thank our sponsor, Shay Pollock, the realtor. Shay, a realtor who works for Sorrell's Realty Team, brokered by Power Star Realty, specializes in farm and ranch land as well as investment properties. Growing up rodeoing and raising cattle, Shay Pollock knows exactly what her clients need and expect out of their operation. You can reach her at 806-395-9131 for any questions or inquiries.
Well, three really good breed representatives out here for American Drive and Ring B. I'm really impressed with all three of these females, just from a quality standpoint, and I think the attributes that they bring to the table, not only as a show heifer for these young individuals, but as we kind of project them into these kids' cow herds and what they can do from a mating standpoint. Was when I was growing up, the bred known aspect was very important to me, and so unique to see this kind of quality and to project out what they could do for these kids now and down the road. The Beefmaster heifer is awfully good, and she's super impressive. I talked about kind of standing in a three-quarter view and studying her through her legs and just how square and correct she comes down, the kind of angles that she has. And the more I study her, I think it's really impressive to look just how long-bodied she is. She's extremely long from nose to tail. To be able to hold that all together and balance it in the way that she does is super impressive. And again, to me, that's just one that probably oozes quality and maybe just at another level compared to some other heifers that we've seen today. The Brahman female we discussed, having a quality look about her in her own right, the way she can balance down her top line, the extra power she brought within that particular decision as we study her at her base and from behind. And I think all that holds true out here. Those are her strengths within this division lineup. As we discussed, certainly would want to make her bigger through her center body. And if we did that, I think she'd balance up just a notch better. And might come into the decision here between the two heifers on either side of her. The Santa Gertrudis show was extremely deep and high quality. This heifer had to beat some really good ones to stand out here. We talked about just the quality she reads with, about her head and neck, with coming with a little more foot and bone compared to those heifers that were with her. And so I love the combination of being a little stouter compared to those contemporaries within the breed, yet her true strengths, I think her look about her head and neck, how she transitions from her shoulder back into her center body, I think is about as good as any that we've seen. And so a very high quality heifer to represent that particular breed. I think it's very, very competitive. And in these situations, I always try to think about not only how the cattle compare to each other, but kind of how they fit within their particular breeds. I think we've got two that are pretty elite for their breed, and certainly all three that are extremely high quality that are standing out here. For me, the one that probably reaches out the most in terms of quality is the Beefmaster up front. She'll be champion.
Congratulations to our American Division winner in Ring B, Addison Pope. Now coming into Ring B is Addison Suits. Isabel.
Well, as we get our reserve Beefmaster stomp here, I think it remains very competitive because I think that heifer's got a bunch of breeding value. I love watching her function around with the flexibility she's got in her lower skeleton, with the extra foot and bone size she's got for her age and size. I think is very impressive. And as we talk, she still balances appropriately. And as we also talk, probably just still needs some time to fill into her center body, and she'll progressively get better. I think it's competitive. I can't get that Santa Gertrudis any further down. She oozes some quality in her own rights and is so maternal in her build. We'll go ahead and use Santa Gertrudis for reserve.
Congratulations to the American Division Reserve champion, Emma Finley, in Ring B.
Well, over here in Ring A, as we get to our pulled lineup, I think it's interesting as you go to maybe different parts of the state, or you go here or there, you never know which breed you're going to have a big turnout in, or at least in my opinion. And I say that because, as we get to our polled show, we might have as many cattle in this breed so far as we've had throughout the entire American lineup and those type of things. And I say that because I want to make sure the young people know that as a show judge, I see the quality, I see what their cattle represent. I do think we have some different types of Hereford females in this particular group. And to categorize them just briefly, that little heifer up front, I think it might be one of her first shows, if not her first show. And once she realizes that she can like the halter and quit swinging her tail like she does now, that's a female you can really be drawn to. That one's dressed for show day in regards to being dialed in, and I think her ability to come together and be very unique in the way she's put together, but also I know it was a steer show yesterday, but just things that go through my mind. I love the way her feet and legs are put together, and I say that because I mentioned that at the end of the steer show yesterday, and just the quality built into her joint work, her foot size and shape, and how things set down so comfortable, yet from there up looks like a very attractive, very high quality female. The other single entry as we went throughout the age group, and we kind of got to this one next, and she falls in this lineup. Age for what age she is, she's as stout made as any in regards to just being a heavy structured female that still does that with being nice in the way she can offer refinement up front. I like how she reads to be really good in terms of just her rib and her depth and her stoutness down low. I think she represents a bit of a different type of show female than our first class winner, but still very, very good. Like the structure on our class 3 heifer, one that has so much function built into the way her angles are laid onto her skeleton. Love the way she gets out and flexes, and very, very good from just the longevity standpoint in regards to her skeletal makeup. I think that heifer gets just a bit flatter for her age and what she would represent and compared to some of her contemporaries. But in terms of the way she gets out and travels, I think she's very, very good. The pair of older heifers we have, whenever you just study the back of the lineup, I think there's some similarities in regards to being cattle that are built good from a structural standpoint, yet still bold in terms of their rib, thick-ended. Our class 4 heifer honestly is as powerful as any heifer we've seen today in regards to having some extra muscle from behind, and I like that she has muscle, yet she still has the right kind of set and used to her hock. Our oldest female is one that I thought within that group read very genuine from a composition standpoint. I like the way her shoulder's shaped and how it lays onto her. Really attractive through her front end, and a nice female to study in those regards. And so as we get out here, if you are ringside, I think we owe a round of applause to our polled Hereford exhibitors. And since we do have quite a few single entries, going to get right to it. The one that came in and hit me awfully hard is going to be our youngest female. Congratulations to that exhibitor. And as we try to build a lineup around that one, I think there isn't one that maybe just follows suit exactly, but the one in regards that hit me the second hardest is going to be out of class number 2. Congratulations to our polled Hereford exhibitors. It was a really fun breed of sort.
Congratulations to our polled Hereford breed winner, Rowdy Nawasad, and our reserve breed winner, Rowdy Nawasad, in ring A. We're going to go back down in ring A to Addison Poe for the mini Hereford in class 15 in ring A. We'll go back down to class 15 to show the mini Hereford Addison Poe in ring A. Now in ring A is class 21 for Shorthorns. That will be followed by class 15 with the mini Herefords Addison Poe. In ring A right now, class 21.
We only have one shorthorn heifer in today's show, but I think an awfully good one at that. As we bring this one in, as you just study her right away, I'm drawn to the fact that this female is one that can give you the look that we can really like right now when you study her from the side. I like the way everything lays on very smoothly. She's an extended, very feminine female through her front end. Yet from their back, that heifer has some genuine rib shape. I like her thickness from behind. She's stout down low in regards to having the right kind of size to her feet, and at the same time, I think everything matches really nicely. An extremely good shorthorn female here to have as a single entry. We'll get her back in the lineup, and we'll be excited how she stacks up to our other breed champions.
Congratulations to Copper Popelka for the breed winner of Class 21. Shorthorn. Now in ring A will be Class 15, Addison Pope.
I believe this will be our last breed amongst our British division, and I cannot wait to see that group of cattle in the ring. I think it's going to be awfully fun. And as we conclude here with just a single entry mini Hereford, as transparent as that can be, I like the fact that she's a miniature Hereford that looks like a big Hereford in regards to looking like a female with the right kind of femininity and genuine, very genuine compositionally, fresh through her chest. Very attractive up front. I like how she reads really good in the shape to her rib cage, and then in motion, I think she handles things really nicely. As we pulled there to the profile view, and the young lady got her stuck, and the heifer's ears went forward. I thought it was just a look of quality and one that is very captivating from the outside. And like I said, I like the fact for what breed she is, she reads to be one that has a bit more extension to her and refinement. And like I mentioned, a female that reads really good from being still very fresh, highly presented show heifer. And so congratulations, this young lady, on an extremely high quality miniature Hereford.
Congratulations to breed winner of mini Herefords, Addison Pope. We will now start our British division drive in ring A. That will be Abigail Koenig, Rowdy Noasad, Addison Poe, Copper Popelka, We'd like to say a special thank you to Pruitt Electrical, serving both commercial and residential clients throughout the DFW and surrounding areas. Pruitt Electrical brings unique care and attention to your electrical system. Our electricians are exceptionally skilled and fully licensed, and we offer an electrical industry's highest caliber solutions. They're always ready to respond when you need us and remain committed to your safety and satisfaction. Experience electrical services the way that they were meant to be. Get your quote today from Pruitt Electrical. Also, a special thank you to Western Rider. Western Rider strives to deliver high quality personalized product that will mean something to your customer, employee, or vendor.
I knew our lineup was going to look very good in our British division as we went from one breed to the next, and some might only had a couple or a single entry, and some of them were pretty big in size. And what I think is very impressive is I do think that as we just talk about the females in the ring, they bring forth a lot of good, in my opinion. We started there with the Angus female. I think the young lady's done a great job getting that one presented today. A female that looks very fresh, and I love her extension, the way she still reads very soft and maternal back to her rib and back to her flank. A female that I think just reads really good, and I think can continue to be nice for that young lady. As we talk about our horned heifer, I thought for a younger heifer calf amongst that pair was one that was a bit more refined up front than her counterpart back in breed. I think that one's structural base is very, very good, and I love just the type and kind that she represents. Really good in her body type and really good in the way she comes together. Our single entry miniature Hereford, I bragged on her for being one that I think brings forth uniqueness for her breed. I like that one in regards to being very genuine, very good in terms of her rib and her muscle thickness, and at the same time, very good in the fact that she reads very nice and fresh through her front 1/3. I think that female represents a lot of good for her breed. Our polled Hereford female, one that's a little bit green in the lineup, but very good in terms of her structural base. I really like the quality that she represents when she gets out and travels the ring. You know, with being probably as young of a heifer in this division as any of them, I do think that, you have to do maybe just a little bit more guesswork. But whenever I try to do a little bit of guesswork in that one, I see a lot of positives in that one's future. I think she represents a lot of good. And then our shorthorn female, I think that one came in as a single entry. And when you just study her in terms of being one that profiles nicely, yet still is built stout in terms of her base. And, as you study her out here, I love her levelness and the way she ties things together. I think her rib shape and depth matches her frame size nicely. And so I think another good female out here to evaluate in the lineup. And so if you would, let's put our hands together for our breed champions in our British division, and I'll go get us a champion in reserve.
Congratulations to our British division winner, Copper Popelka. Congratulations to the reserve winner with his polled Hereford, Rowdy Nawasad. This time we'd like to say a special thank you to CJ Spurs and Things. Established in April of 2017, within just 1 year, the store grew immensely. With catering to more of a Western edge, they quickly realized to do better to suit the town of Stephenville. Broadening their inventory was ideal. They consign furniture, tack, clothes, and more. Their store is full of unique pieces of rare finds, antique, one-of-a-kind furniture, and vintage saddles and clothing, along with new and lightly used items. They also provide a platform for local artists to display and sell their work. Their goal is to provide Stephenville and all of their customers with a pleasant shopping experience with awesome prices and great quality items. Thank you again to CJ Spurs and Things. Next in ring A will be class 22 of Charlotte. And going into ring B right now is the class 12 Angus Heifers.
Good pair of Angus cattle, and we'll leave them as they came to us with the heifer up front winning. That one to me is just really unique out here within this particular decision, and the extra look and extension she's got, and that she's got too in terms of the rib shape, in terms of the extra hip size and power when you get in behind her. And then again, to tie those two things together don't always come together in the fashion this heifer collects herself with. And so very impressive, just the look of quality and balance that she has in relation to the extra shape and power. However, that's going to be reserve. I like the kind. That one's moderate, really deep-sided, really soft center, probably balances as good as anything just in terms of levelness of top line, the way her undercarriage comes together. In relation to the heifer in front of her, gives up some stoutness when we get in behind her, gives us some foot and bone size and just a little plainer up front, but really, really good cow prospect and a good pair there in her Angus show.
Congratulations to our Class 12 winner, Abigail Koenig, and our Class 2 second place was Alyssa Lacey. Abigail's also our Angus breed winner, and Alyssa is our reserve breed winner. Now coming in ring B is Class 13, Rowdy Nawasad.
Start out our Hereford show pretty quickly in terms of quality. Really functional on her feet and legs as she gets around and goes. Very high quality in her look up front. Another heifer, like we've mentioned, just in terms of her transition from her front end, her shoulder back into that really good body sweep, I think is super impressive. Obviously, a high quality heifer. We'll see how it shakes out in just a second. Another good single entry here in our Hereford show, one that I think brings forth some moderation with some dimension. I like the extra body that she's got, how big and long she is out of her hip. Another female that just from a balance standpoint, I think puts everything together and her skeleton together very, very nicely. Again, we'll get to see her comparatively here just a second, but a really good single entry in her own right.
Congratulations to Presley Jordan, class 14 winner in ring B.
Ring drive.
What?
Now going into Horned Hereford breed drive ring B.
Now going into the Horned Hereford breed drive in ring B.
In the ring, we have Rowdy Nowasad and Presley Jordan.
In the ring, we have Rowdy Nawasad and Presley Jordan.
In ring A, we have Isaac Hooper.
In ring A, we have Isaac Hooper with class 22 Charlotte.
Well, again, a good pair here within our decision for a Hereford show. The female up top, as we mentioned, just think is so unique in the extra extension she's got up front, that really maternal and feminine look, the way she transitions from a flat shoulder into such a robust center body, specifically for her age. I think just as impressive is just how flexible she is everywhere as she gets and goes. Just a high quality, very functional female. As we mentioned, the older heifer, I really like her pieces and just the way she hooks everything together. Super complete and no big holes in that female, just in terms of the way she balances. I like the added moderation she brings forth with still some dimension. I think you step on top of that female, she's got a big long hip in her. She's got more than enough width. And so just a very complete kind of cow prospect there. I think comparatively, just probably not the extra look in the heifer in front of her, but still a very quality heifer in her own right. Good pair. I like the calf up front to win. The heifer behind her will be reserved.
Congratulations to our Horned Hereford breed winner, Rowdy Nawasad, and our Horned Hereford reserve breed winner, Presley Jordan.
Over here back in ring A, we only have a single entry in our Charlotte show, and I was telling the young man I really like whenever you study this heifer traveling across the ring, a female that has some stoutness and some foot size, yet still very long striding whenever we set her into motion. I think she's a deep-bodied female that's really level in the way she comes together from the profile, and I like those things about her. With that, I think compared to some her age or maybe her maturity, maybe even make her a little bit bolder in terms of her upper rib and her full rib and work from there back. But I think everything from the side comes together very nice, and a very nice single entry here in ring A for our Charlotte show today.
Congratulations to our breed winner for Charlotte in class 22, Isaac Hooper. Now going into ring A is our class 23, Keys. In ring B, we have class 15, Addison Poe with her mini Hereford.
Really, really nice mini that we've got here today. I think for me, that's kind of how I like them to look when you get them slicked off like that. Not only the way they're still able to balance with an elite look without any hair down their top line and all, but to also be that stout in terms of their look down low is super impressive. So square, so flexible, so high quality in the way she balances. Congratulations, young lady, on a heck of a single entry.
Congratulations to our breed winner in ring B with mini Herefords, Addison Poe. Now in ring A, we have our class 23 Keys.
But we're not lumping the keys in with them, are we? You're sticking the mini flex or the limb flex in the main
We'd like to say a special thank you to DFW Insurance Professionals. The DFW Insurance Professionals is your local independent agency providing personal and commercial lines insurance coverage, representing the top national insurance carriers, all within one full-service agency. Our premier agency has been listening to clients' needs and giving the community choices for over 20 years. Thank you again to DFW Insurance Professionals.
Good start to our cold show here with a young calf prospect. I think I remember talking about a steer yesterday, and just in terms of a young steer that kind of fit the mold and how you'd want and of that age to look. I would echo that for this Hereford heifer. That's kind of what you want these young prospects to look like, just in terms of the extra quality she has up front, the way she transitions back into her center cavity, the balance, the structure, everything's there for that one to get really, really good. Congratulations, young man, on a really good start to the Polled Hereford show.
Congratulations, ring B to Rowdy Nawasat.
As we get into our key show, a pair of females that are going to be in our youngest class, that when you study them, depending on where your position and where you judge them at, you can have some different thoughts. And as I typically do, as I back off a group of heifers and study them from the side, I tend to probably favor that just a bit more from time to time. And I say that because amongst this pair, I am going to use the young ladies' smoke heifer in the back of the lineup. And today, whenever you study them, I think she's a female that comes together really good. I like how she's a bit smoother about the front side of her shoulder. She's a bit softer and deeper back through her flank, and I think that allows everything to tie together and look very attractive from the side. And she does look to be one that's a bit higher volume today and one that's very attractive. The black heifer up front, for being maybe a little bit younger than the other one and also maybe being just a little bit smaller, get behind the cattle and study this one. You have to love her pin width, her dimension, and I don't think muscle is that important in females. I want to make sure they're functional first, but she is functional. Study the way her feet and legs are put together, and I really like her length of stride and her flexibility, and she is more powerful from behind. Just today, as I back off and I study the pair, maybe has a little bit more in terms of just the front side of her shoulder. She'll cut up to her flank just a bit and doesn't balance quite as good, but really like the natural thickness and width of the black heifer. A really nice pair to sort here in ring A.
Polled Hereford show is chalking up to be a fun one to evaluate here in a second. Another very high quality female, very neat about her head and neck, and then basically just explodes from there back in terms of the extra width she's got over her top line, the big hips she's got, how she studies very stout down low. Another high quality female that brings forth more power, in my opinion. Congratulations on a really nice single entry.
Congratulations on ring B, Rowdy Nawasat. And what we just finished in ring A, Savannah Brumbelow and Brianna Rayburn. We'd like to say a big thank you to Cooper's Country Store. Cooper's Country Store is your local dealer for Purina feeds and a wide variety of other products, including Sullivan's, Weaver, and For You to Win. From show animals to your four-legged best friend, they have you covered. So come on in and see them, and they look forward to serving you at Cooper's. Cooper's, where champions shop.
Really nice female. Probably the one thing that grabbed me, my attention when she walked in is the flexibility she's got throughout her skeleton, yet how she holds her head and neck really high at the top of her shoulder as she does that. And to me, that's the epitome of being sound structured, when they can kind of look going how you want them to stop. And she does stop and plant with a very attractive look, a very balanced look. Again, we'll see how she kind of stacks up. Going to be fun to sort the breed here in just a minute.
Congratulations in ring B to class 17, Savannah Martin.
We have a single entry key heifer here in ring A. I think one that's very, very high quality as we pull her in and get her stuck there from the side, and I kind of work my way around her. A female that I think is very unique in the way that she's built through her front end. I like how she's very smooth in the way she sets her shoulder on to her skeleton, yet her neck is naturally perched right there at the top and allows everything to look very attractive through her front end. And as I've said several times today, I love that they can have that kind of look and refinement up front in the way that they're put together to their shoulder and front end, yet still come back into the right kind of rib cage. And I love the way that one's shaped, the center portion of her body, all those things with still a stout functional base. A really good single entry here for this young lady. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations to class 24, Caitlin Skiles.
Well, we keep bringing good Polled Herefords out here one at a time. It'll be fun to see how they all kind of connect themselves in our decision here in a second. Very powerful heifer, in my opinion. One that's got some extra shape and just stoutness when you initially view her. Another heifer with her added power, I think, blends those pieces together pretty nice. Again, we'll see how it all kind of shakes out in a second. Another really high-quality single entry.
Congratulations to Savannah Martin in Class 18 in Ring B. In Ring A, we're about to have the breed drive for keys. And in Ring B is Class 20.
Well, we get into a pair of competition here within our Hereford show, and I do think it's that. I think it's competitive between two Heifers on the surface that are somewhat similar in type and kind. I like them how they came to us with the young lady up front getting the nod, and I think she's got some minute advantages, and it starts up front. I think she's laid back just a little better, specifically from her knee down than the Heifer right behind her, and I think there's maybe just more of her. I think she's a little softer back into her center rib and flank. Step in behind her, a little more robust in her rib shape and just width and dimension. And so I think coupling that with a balanced look from the profile ties into my decision to go ahead and use her. Young lady's doing a great job here, showing her second place female. A female just on the surface is neat about her front end, very long and level down her top line. As we alluded to, I think she gets just a little straighter up front than the female behind her and gives up some overall substance compared to our class winner. I think she's good in those areas. I think she's still sound. I think she's got enough dimension to fit her skeleton. A really nice pair there. Congratulations to your winner.
Congratulations in Ring B to our Class 20 winner, Hadley Doris with her pulled Hereford. And reserved to Lila Doris with her pulled Hereford.
All righty, over here in Ring A, as we get to our key lineup, a pair of Heifers that I think are nice. As we get out here and I study the cattle from the side, in my opinion, the young lady's black Heifer is going to go ahead and take champion honors. I think that one is very, very good in the way she ties her parts and pieces together. We bragged about her as a single entry in the way she can be stout and very overwhelming in terms of her body shape, yet still blend together extremely, extremely good. Naturally pulls herself together on the profile with an incredible look. The gray Heifer that's going to be reserved, I think really good in terms of her basic function. I think a really nice Heifer for reserve honors. Maybe not quite as out there or as intriguing as our winner, but I think in terms of structure and functionality, a really nice young Heifer that's going to be in reserve.
And our key breed winner is going to be Caitlin Skiles, and our reserve breed winner for keys is Savannah Brumblau. In Ring B is our pulled Hereford's breed drive. I'd like to say a special thank you to Premium Advantage Show Feeds and Bryant Grain. Whether it's bagged or bulk feed you're looking for, Bryant Grain and their network of dealers strive to provide the best service and products for their customers. Founded in 1981, Bryant Grain Company is a full line of manufacturer that distributes products throughout the state of Texas. Their manufacturing facility is located in downtown Aledo on the western edge of the Texas Metroplex. We want to say thank you again to the Premium Advantage Show Feeds of Bryant Grain. Our European breeds have been updated. Our European breeds have been updated. Please check the closest posted class.
Well, as expected, we get our pulled Hereford lineup out here and super impressive. And we certainly have some differences among the cattle that we'll kind of briefly touch on, but I think they're all very, very useful in their kind, and I think that's extremely important. Really high quality pair of young calves up front. The one that leads us off, as we mentioned, I think is just really ideal in her basic build. Really good in terms of her angles and how she steps out and hits the ground. really attractive about her head, neck, and shoulder, and then just transitions into that really soft center cavity. Again, just kind of the mold of a young prospect that I think is really fairly ideal, and certainly has got some ways to go, but you can tell she's high-bred and she's made very, very well. Another high-bred female is the one standing behind her, in my opinion, and a different kind of heifer. She's stouter. She's really big over her top line, big over her hips, studies a little stouter down to her base, yet still sound in motion, still very neat about her head and neck. As expected, with some added stoutness when you get in behind her, she comes a little wider and broader at her shoulder, and today just not as filled in terms of her rib cage, not quite as soft down through that lower rib back into her flank as the heifer right in front of her. But I still think she's good in those areas, and as she fills in to her center body and grows, I think that one probably just gets better because she's got some very unique pieces. Heifer in the middle here is one that, as we talked about, is very sound, very functional in her skeleton, very attractive and balanced when we get her stopped. That heifer probably just needs a shot more stoutness and overall power as compared to the calves in front of her. Heifer next in lineup is stouter. She's very bold in her center body, very wide over her top line of view from her hip down, a female that, as we mentioned, with some added shape and power, still balances appropriately from the side. I guess to me, at times, she gets a little tighter out here in terms of movement compared to some cattle around her, and it's specifically up front with her added shape. She gets a little bold, a little wide, and wants to turn out up front just a bit. Heifer that completes the lineup won her class of competition because she was more robust and rounder in terms of her center body, had a little more width to her, yet still balances very nicely, and angles were correct. I think all that holds true. Another female that I think super functional, maybe doesn't overwhelm you in any one area, but a very, very good cow prospect in her own right. To me, it comes down between the two calves up front. I think it could probably go either way, in my opinion, just depending on what your preference is. I like the kind of the young calf. We'll go ahead and use her up front, follow her for reserve with the calf right behind her. For what?
Congratulations in ring B for our polled Hereford breed winner and reserve breed winner, Rowdy Nawasad.
We have a main heifer over here in ring A, and I was discussing with the young lady when that one comes in the ring. I know we don't have any of her breed counterparts around here today for her to compete against, but I'm naturally drawn to the way that one's built at her base. I think the way she can set down so comfortable and the way she gets out in strides is awesome. And I personally think that also allows her to stop and give you a collected look that's, just has the essence of quality with the presence that's really hard to deny. This young lady's brought us a pair of heifers, and I want to compliment her on the fact that you keep them really fresh to their front 1/3, yet they still come back really good back through their midrib and back to her flank. I think a very attractive, high-quality female here in ring A. Congratulations to this young lady.
Congratulations in ring A to our main breed winner, Caitlin Skiles. In ring B, we're going to start with our class 21 Shorthorns in ring B. And in ring A, class 26 ORBs. I'd like to say a special thank you to 3B MagnaWave. 3B MagnaWave is a family-run business that provides PEMF therapy for humans, livestock, equine, and all of your four-legged friends. Thank you again to 3B MagnaWave. Another large thank you to Lance Brooks Welding and Construction. Lance Brooks Building and Construction is committed to superior quality metal buildings, residential and equine facilities, and project management.
Over here in Ring A, a single entry to start off in our ORBs, and I think a really nice percent Simmental heifer that we talk about, and just in terms of being really good in her count pieces, a stout structured heifer that has a really good shape to her rib cage and some thickness to her. I like how everything balances together really nicely, and I said it several times, but I like how she's still a female that looks like a big-bodied, high-volume type of heifer, yet still reads really fresh from a composition standpoint. A nice heifer here in Ring A as we start into our ORBs.
Congratulations to Ring A, Wyatt Gandy.
Good Shorthorn, I think, is our single entry grand champion and certainly deserving of so. I think standing there, really, really impeccable in terms of how she collects herself from the ground up. Very neat about her chest floor, very extended from there up. And then another heifer from her front and back. It just draws extremely well. British champion drive here is going to be real fun to sort through. Congratulations to this young man on a really high quality Shorthorn female.
Congratulations to Class 21 Shorthorn Breed Copper Papelka. Breed winner. We are now starting the British Division Drive in Ring B. I want to say a thank you to Diamond R Trailers. Diamond R Trailers is a trailer dealership located here in Stephenville, Texas. They carry new elite trailers, gooseneck, Galleon, Delta, and Kearney trailers, as well as used trailers. Diamond R specializes in horse and livestock trailers, including custom living quarters. Give them a call today for all your trailer needs at 254-968-6661. Can we have Caitlin Skiles with her maintainer to come to Ring A?
That's not who we're missing.
Well, as I figured, you get all these cattle back out here, and it makes for a very competitive decision, and for an evaluator, a tough one, because you've got a lot of differences in size and in shape, but they're all very high quality. I think we've got 5 representatives for their particular breed that I think are very unique, and as I alluded to, I'm around it enough, I think, to kind of study the cattle comparatively for what we've got here today, but I always try to keep in mind how these particular cattle kind of fit within their breed. And so I think that even makes it a little bit more of a complicated decision, in my opinion, because I think there's some differences among these individual cattle in terms of not only as you compare them to each other, but how I feel like they would fit within their particular breed when you kind of step back and look at it from a higher view, if you will. And so I'll just kind of talk through them again. As I've said several times yesterday, it's simply my opinion today. My opinion might have changed if I looked at them again tomorrow. And it's certainly the most important thing is that we're raising these kids and using these cattle as a vessel to do so, and that these kids and you people behind the cattle like your cattle. And so if it doesn't shake out how you like it, just realize my opinion is not worth a whole lot. Take them home and enjoy them. Black Heifer up front's awfully good, and I think she's very good in terms of her structure down low, in terms of the looseness that she goes with. As we mentioned, she's unique to me in the kind of quality and extension that she's got and the look she can give you on the profile, yet I would call that a pretty powerful Angus, in my opinion, in terms of her rib shape, her view from behind, how big and stout she is over her hip. I think that's a very high-quality female. I can pick on her a little bit down her top line because she gets a little high at the top of her shoulder and just gets a little off there as she goes in her top. I don't think it's a major issue, and as I alluded to, I think she's very sound, just maybe not as dead level there as she goes. Hereford heifer right behind her, I think is very high quality, and to me just reads with a ton of maternal ability. Another female that's super flexible down low, ultra good in her center body, and just very maternal, and maybe doesn't read quite with the same balance of another one or two behind her down her top line and just in terms of her look, but still very high quality and maternal, again, in the way she collects herself. Minnie Hereford is awfully interesting to me because much like this young lady's Beefmaster heifer, I think no matter what view you look at her at, she's very good. And I love getting kind of behind her and studying her through her feet and legs because she's so square built in terms of her foot and bone, and just how she sets her feet and legs down, I think is so unique. And again, to be slicked off and to balance in the fashion that she does is very, very good. And to discuss her structure, again, the way she stops and plants and holds herself, that's kind of how she looks in motion too. Very high-headed, very balanced. And so to me, that's kind of the epitome of structure. If we want to discuss her compared to the cattle around her, I don't know that she's just quite as swoopy back from her center rib back into her flank. And so maybe that throws off her balance there back into her flank just a little bit compared to those other Herefords around her, but I think she's certainly good in those areas. And to me, maybe as unique of a creature, breed for breed, as any that we have standing out here. As I alluded to, the polled Hereford is kind of the ideal mold for a young prospect, if you will. And I don't mean to say that she's perfect necessarily, but I do think that's kind of the start that you want to have in one. High quality about her head, neck, and shoulder. She does transition back so good in terms of her heart and her center body and back into her flank. Very level and balanced down her top line. The extra set and bend she's got from her hip down through her hock to the ground, I think is just absolutely tremendous. And she's got the most guesswork, obviously, because she's the youngest. But again, everything's there for that one to get really, really good. And so I could certainly read into that one and say, that's a really good start. That's the kind of mold you want in one. And I could certainly tie into that one, realizing that she's still young and has the furthest to go. Probably the safe bet in my mind is to use the Shorthorn standing there. She's obviously the biggest. She's very, very impressive in terms of how stout she is about her center cavity, how dead level she is down her top line with her power. That's another one that I think is super attractive in the way she sets up from nose to tail, just very balanced to go with her power. And obviously, again, just outmasses the three in front of her. I hate picking on really, really good ones, and I think that's a really good one. I think she's very sound structured. Of the set, to be critical of one that's very good so we can compare them, I think she's sound in the function to her hawk down. I do think she hits at the ground a little hard, and it's just a little awkward. She swings outside of herself a little bit as she goes, and just not quite as attractive in terms of her travel from her hawk down. And just to be very transparent, that's a big pet peeve of mine in terms of how they move. And so realize that I know how good that heifer is and how I certainly think she's sound structured. I wish she'd kind of collect herself from behind in terms of how she goes, a little more attractive. But again, I think that's certainly the safe bet in terms of power, high in a female that's extremely high quality when she's standing there. So anyway, just my thoughts about the lineup. I'm going to take one more quick look. I'll get you a champion reserve. My hat's off to these kids and you folks behind them on a really, really strong set of British cattle.
Over here in Ring A, as we get to an RB class, three really nice heifers. I'm going to go ahead and start with a heifer at the back of the lineup. In my opinion, this is one that you have to really like whenever you just study the fundamentals that make her a really good, nice cow prospect. But and at the same time, that female supplied with being a really wide-based individual who still has the right kind of angles to her skeleton. I love how she's naturally just very proud in the way she handled everything out here. Really good in terms of her neck set and how that goes with being a really big-bodied, stout individual. I personally think she's a very unique combination of being a little bit extra in some areas, yet still so functional in the way she's put together. Some give and take in the next two heifers, and I think that you can maybe go either way. I went with the black and white heifer here that I think's just a bit more my type and kind in regards to the way that her shoulder and knee are set into her up front. I like how she's a female and feminine, one that's very refined. With that, she maybe gets just a little bit out horse in terms of rib and stoutness compared to the other cattle out here, but I think that one's still very adequate in terms of her rib shape and depth. If I could, I would maybe bolden her up in her heart just a bit, drop her flank to match the body cavity and just the rib shape of the cattle in first and third. The heifer in third, she is moderate and really big bodied. I love that about her. Looks like an easy fleshing type of female whenever you set her in a production. With that being said, she studies just a bit more upright in terms of the angle to her shoulder and knee, just a bit different and a bit more upright in terms of her hock placement, but definitely a nice female in regards to being moderate, bold, and really good through her rib cage. A nice group to evaluate here in Ring A.
Congratulations in Ring A, Class 27. Winner, Caitlin Skiles. 2, Ellie Hurt. And 3, Riley Ray Bowling. Congratulations in Ring B with our British Division winner, Rowdy Nawasad with his Polled Hereford, and our reserve winner in the British Division, Addison Poe with her Mini Hereford. We are now in our ORB breed drive in Ring A. We have Caitlin Skiles and Wyatt Gandy. I'd like to say a special thank you to People Against Not Knowing University Spirit here at Tarleton. People Against Not Knowing University Spirit, or PANCUS, is one of the spirit organizations at Tarleton State University. The co-ed spirit group provides itself on embracing the spirits and tradition of Tarleton and their family values. Next time you're at any athletic, fine arts, or campus event, look for the purple and white striped overalls to learn more. Thank you again to PANCUS.
A really nice pair of heifers here in Ring A as we get to the conclusion of our ORB lineup. I think both heifers are extremely good, and the young people are doing a great job getting them presented. We'll talk about them briefly. Again, the young man's heifer up front was a single entry, and I bragged on that one as an individual. I think one that reads really fresh from a condition standpoint. A long-bodied heifer that even with that length, I think still reads really good from a rib shape standpoint. I like how she's a very balanced, square-built individual whenever you study her as an individual. Our second class winner is one that had some counterparts back in class. I thought that one, in regards to her interesting pieces, was a female that had a bit more stoutness and skill to width to her, and that correlated with being a bigger hipped female that brings forth a lot of natural thickness, and at the same time can stop and pull herself together and give you a look that I personally think is very, very interesting in regards to the way she collects her front end and the way she comes together. As you stand back and you study the pair, I think both are really nice heifers, and we'll potentially get another one back in this lineup. But if you are ringside, let's put our hands together for both of our exhibitors here in the ORBs. Some give and take amongst them, but in my opinion, the one that is a bit more unique, in my opinion, is going to be our second class winner. That one will be our breed champion. We can pull that black and white heifer in. That was second in that class, and for reserve contention, as that one comes in the ring here in a moment. That black and white heifer is one who I thought, and just in terms of her structural base, was very, very good. A long striding, smooth made female that's very feminine whenever you study her through her front 1/3, and I like the way her lines come together. We mentioned back in class, she maybe got just a little bit flatter in terms of her rib shape, maybe not quite as dimensional as cattle on either side of her, but whenever she stops and parks like the young lady gets her there, you have to still really like their attributes. I think as we get out here, the one that follows suit and pushed our division winner, or our breed champion, I should say, the closest is our single entry. Congratulations to that young man.
Congratulations to our ORB breed winner, Caitlin Skiles, and our reserve breed winner, Wyatt Gandy, in ring A. Now entering in ring A is class 28, Simmental with Darcy Burden.
As we get into our Simmental show in our youngest class, we have a single entry, a female that I really like. Her extension, her length of body, study the slope to her shoulder, knee, and the set to her hock. I think it's nice. A female that whenever you study her and think about some of her age, I think she does represent one that has some extra length of body and a bit more extension ahead of her shoulder, yet still when you get up and you study her, one that has some boldness to her rib, and I like that about her. A nice single entry for this young lady that we'll see back in the drive here in a moment.
Congratulations to class 28 winner, Darcy Burden with her Simmental. Now entering in ring A is class 29, Simmentals. I'd like to say a special thank you to Small Town Society Apparel Company, a community of like-minded, laid-back, and hard-working, God-fearing people. The owners of Small Town Society grew up in a tiny town of 1,300 people. We know a small town, and we love it. They said we want to share our small town love with all of their customers. Thank you again to Small Town Society Apparel Company. This will be our first call for class 30 with Simmentals in ring A. First call for class 30. Make your way to the holding area in ring A. Again, with our Small Town Society Apparel Company, all of their designs are created in-house. Their t-shirts are screen printed with a high quality ink to prevent fading, and they use the top of the line tees. You can trust them. You will not be disappointed. Like to thank Williamson Hay Company. Williamson Hay Company is your supplier for premium wholesale Arizona alfalfa and Bermuda hay for horses and livestock. Their trucking and hay squeeze service available for all of your hay needs. You can give them a call or text today. We appreciate them at Williamson Hay Company, located here in Stephenville.
A nice class of Simmental heifers to evaluate, and I think a group that's very high quality from top to bottom. And there's some differences amongst the cattle. I think we have cattle that bring forth different strong suits in this lineup. The female that I think combines the cattle that are going to be behind her is going to be the heifer up front, and we're actually going to leave the cattle the way they stand. The heifer up front, in my opinion, on the standstill balance is extremely good. I like how that female is supplied with having some stoutness and some width and rib to her, yet still really good on the way she transitions from one region to the next. And I say that because the heifer in second is honestly maybe the biggest hipped, most dimensional female, but I changed the way she transitions from her shoulder to her forerib just a bit. This heifer blends together very, very good as you study her from up front through her center portion of her body and out through her hip and hind leg. But a female that just looks very high quality and very good from a present standpoint that doesn't sacrifice width or rib. I think a female that comes out and hit me awfully hard. The next pair are still very, very good, and I think that there are some trade-offs amongst them. With that being said, the heifer that we have that's going to be in second, I really like the depth and softness of her rib cage, a big body, big hip female that's still really attractive up front in regards to her neck set and how she comes together. With that being said, she maybe doesn't transition, as I alluded to, maybe quite as flawlessly as the other cattle. At the same time, we can maybe change her there ever so slightly to keep everything just a bit more in line with one another. But I really like how she's a big hip dimensional female that on the standstill, when we get her set up, has a really attractive set to her hock. The heifer in third is awesome in terms of her extension, dead level down her top, and so striking the way she's put together. Compared to the heifer directly in front of her, I prefer the way she transitions her shoulder into her body cavity, into the center portion of her rib there, and I like that about her. With that, I thought of the group she maybe gave up just a little bit in terms of the upper rib shape, and from behind maybe closes up just a bit, but a really attractive female who's very good in terms of her lines. That's an awfully nice class that we have to evaluate, if you will. Please put your hands together for our young ladies doing a great job.
Congratulations to Class 29 in Ring A. Class winner Madison Mosley. In second, Ellie Hurt. And in third, Brylan Furich. Now going into Ring A is our Class 30 Simmentals. Can all Simmental class winners make their way to the holding area of Ring A? And breed winners of the European division, please begin getting ready. Breed winners of the European division, please get ready. I'd like to say thank you to Texan Cleaners. If you are looking for the latest technology, best customer service, and great quality, head to Texan Cleaners, located at 2301 West Washington in Stephenville. Texan Cleaners is the place for all of your laundry and dry cleaning needs. Thanks again to Texan Cleaners. I'd like to say thank you to Schaefer Cater Leather and Company. Schaefer Cater Leather Company was established in 2017 out of Fredericksburg, Texas. Starting out by repurposing damaged Louis Vuitton handbags, the company has continued to grow ever since. They now make custom leather belts, knife sheaths, wallets, jewelry, and much, much more. You can visit their Etsy shop at Schaefer Cover Made to place an order.
Once again, over here as we get into our Simmental show, I think we've had some very good cattle. And as we work through this class, the same thing could be said. Some give and take as we study the lineup. But with that being said, I am going to leave the cattle the way they stand. We're going to have our first place, second place, and third place. I say that because I do think as we talk about second and third, there's some give and take in terms of the way they come together and balance and handle their skeleton versus one that's a bit thicker made and a bit more dimensional. But the young lady, star-headed heifer at the front of the lineup, that's one that whenever you study her, I think she's extremely good in the way that she's put together from a structure and body standpoint. There's a lot of real cow power built in the way that she opens up through her center body. I love her thickness from behind. Everything flows together and makes sense as you study her from one region of her body to the next. And I say those things because I think that's hard to do in regards to having a female that brings forth some extras in terms of being extremely bold and robust, yet still thick-ended. I like how she does that with still handling things good in motion. A nice female there. The one in second amongst the entire class is one that's really fresh in the way she's put together, a long-sided, really level-made female that's attractive up front. I like the way she's built from a structural standpoint a good deal. A really nice footed female that gets around and goes very nicely. I prefer the slope to her shoulder or knee over the red heifer, and I think that female balance is good compared to heifers on either side of her. I think she maybe gives up a little bit in terms of volume and rib, but definitely one that's very striking, and I really think that one's skeleton and function is awfully nice. A heifer that compared to our class winner just doesn't have as much in terms of rib and depth and just overall dimension. Now, the red heifer that we're going to conclude with undoubtedly has dimension. That's a moderate power cow, and I like those things about her. Really big out of her hip, and you can study the muscle dimension on the top side of her skeleton, and I like that she represents a moderate, broody type of female. With that being said, in a very challenging and competitive lineup, she maybe gets just a little bit deeper about her chest, a little bit more upright up front. I don't mean to sound too critical because I love the shape of her rib and her dimension. I just wish compared to her other two heifers, we can make her just a little bit nicer through her front 1/3 and make her go just a bit better when we go around the ring. But that's been critical on a very nice heifer. Congratulations to all three young people here in this class.
Again, congratulations in ring A to class 30. Class winner Madison Mosley. Second, Eli Gandy. And third, Carly Burt. Coming into ring A now is class 31, Darcy Burton. After this class, we will have the Simmental Breed Drive. If all class winners from Simmentals can make their way to the holding area after this class, we will have the Simmental Breed Drive. Following that, we will have all the European division winners in reserve following the Simmental Breed Drive. Please make your way to ring A.
I'm assuming we're on our oldest class in our Simmental show, and I really look forward to the lineup with a pair of sisters here working as a team, doing a great job with the cow that has a calf alongside. And whenever you just study her cow pieces, I think going to be a really nice addition to the cow herd in regards to being functional, like her mature cow size, a female that's raising a nice calf alongside, one that's already in production. And so whenever they have a calf, they maybe get just a little bit thinner condition and maybe don't balance like some of our show heifers that maybe are a little bit younger, but this one's doing her job and doing a nice job of it. If you will, put your hands together for the pair of sisters out here working together. Congratulations to them.
Congratulations in ring A to the class 31 winner, Darcy Burton, with her cow-calf pair. In ring A, we will now have the Simmental Breed Drive. This is the last call for the European Division winners. If y'all can make your way. European breed winners, if you can make your way to the holding area in ring A. I'd like to say a special thank you to Bradbury's Best. Bradbury's Best is a family-owned business that began with a simple concept of bringing basic livestock feed needs to the local owners. Bradbury's Best is a full-service ADM, animal nutrition feed dealer, carrying products for all species of animals. Bradbury's Best specializes in serving all aspects of the agricultural industry, from the small farmer to the large-scale operators. Bradbury's Best specializes in home and garden products, including but not limited to nursery plants, pesticides, hardware, and much, much more. Thank you again to our friends at Bradbury's Best.
As we get out here into our Simmental lineup, we've had a really good show here in Ring A, and I know we have Ring B still to go. And so as we get to it, I thought our single entry from our first class was one that reads with a lot of future, an attractive, long-bodied heifer. I think her better days are going to be ahead of her. I really like the way she comes together. Our second class, we had some give and take in that particular lineup, and I know this one was probably just a bit more moderate than her counterparts, but I thought she effectively combined the striking presence of the third place heifer with being really good from just a stoutness and a dimension standpoint. I think she still hits me awfully hard. Our big heifer here at a class number 3, a female that we talked about in that class, kind of being the combination female. That's a heifer that when you study her, I think from a simple standpoint of being a good cow, I think she satisfies your needs of function and rib and flesh, yet still does it with still having some extras in terms of being so natural and genuine in the shape of her body cavity. A thick-ended female who handles it very nice as well. The sister's doing a good job with the pair here on the far side, maybe just a little bit past 12 o'clock from a freshness standpoint, but I think they got a really nice cow to put back in their herd. And so a really good group, and I know we'll get a second place here in just a minute, but the one that's going to be our champion, Simmental, came through showmanship, and I said, I don't know what that one is in terms of breed, but I want one of those. And so the young lady's big heifer is going to be our champion, Simmental. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations to our Simmental breed winner, Madison Mosley, in ring A. Now coming into ring A is Eli Gandy.
We bring in that second place heifer, and we get that one pulled in from the side, and you just study the way she comes together. And for a heifer of her age, the way she naturally collects herself so good down her top line. I think her feet and legs are very, very good. And, that heifer compared to some, and I thought she was in a very tough group. She was the one that was just so sleek in terms of her look and high quality in terms of her presence. I think that female comes out here and makes a really strong push for reserve honors. And as we stand back from the group, I think it's really close amongst the pair of them. I went back and forth in my mind, but the one that we're going to have out here for reserve is going to be our Class 2 winner. Congratulations, that young lady that had that heifer.
Congratulations to the reserve breed winner, Madison Mosley again. We will now move into our European Division drive in Ring A. I'd like to say a special thank you to Shag Secrets. Our team has been involved in the breeding, showing, selling, fitting, and clipping side of the industry since the 1980s. Our products have been used in a whole wide range of environments with great results. All of their products are backed by actually in-barn trials and used on their very own cattle. Thank you very much to Shag Secrets. Once again, a thank you to All Around Cleaners. All Around Cleaners offers its customer dry cleaning and laundry service for all of their delicate and special items. They also strive to have the best starch for their customers, whether it's going to a nice dinner of your liking or to have a good creased work jean. Thank you to All Around Cleaners. Now coming into Ring A is Isaac Hooper, Caitlin Skiles, Madison Mosley, like to say thank you to Sperlin Shorthorns. Sperlin Shorthorns is a family operated located in De Leon, Texas. Sperlin Shorthorns offer quality beef out of their registered Shorthorn herd while also raising show stock. Thank you very much to Sperlin Shorthorns.
Well, as we draw to close here in our European lineup, we get our breed champions back in front of us. And we talked about them back in breed, and I'm extremely pleased with this lineup. And, as we go through here and we could break them down, and I personally would sound, in my opinion, sound a bit critical on some very, very high quality cattle. As you stand back and you study this lineup, I do feel like a judge could do some different things. And I know I've said that a couple of times, and I think Webb's echoed the same thing. And I say it out of a position of, I think it's very hard to build livestock no matter what species. And as a judge, and I know we still have our grand drive to do, I never want to sound too critical. And I say that because I think it takes a lot of time and a lot of years and a lot of hard work to put cattle together. And as we get out here, I'm extremely pleased with the cattle. I know we had some differences in terms of size of each breed. The Charolais Heifer's one, I think, is a functional cow prospect in her own right. The heifer directly behind her, I thought, came out, and whenever she came in the ring before maybe some of the other ones, she hit me awfully hard. I think that female, when you just back off and you study her, she can hit you as being bold, dimensional, and stout. But then I bragged about the way the shoulder lays on and how everything pulls together really nicely. The main heifer came in the lineup and behind our key. Whenever that one made the circle and got on a little bit of the harder ground over there, I thought the way that one's feet were made, the way she hit the surface was very, very good. You pull her to the side, and I think the shape to the top side of her neck, the way she lays her tail head in at the back side of her spine there, yet still is really good through her chest from just a freshness standpoint, allowed her to be so striking the way she's put together. I know compared to some of the heifers around her, she's comes to you just a little bit maybe more slicked off as you prepare for some of the shows this summer, keeping them in the proper way to make sure their hair's managed and keep them cool. But that heifer's ability to just naturally be so collected in her top line, bring forth the extra aspects like I mentioned, to make her so striking. I think that one's awfully nice, not only for her breed, but if you make her any breed or put her amongst these other ones, she's awfully good. Our ORBs, I thought that was an awesome pair. I thought this heifer and yours, young man, that was reserved were very, very good. And I say that because as we get this one back out here, I still like how she's kind of the different one of the entire division. She's kind of a moderate, stout, powerful individual that today when you get up and you study him right up close amongst maybe some other heifers in here, I don't maybe know where we sit age-wise, but she maybe hits me just a little bit younger in the way she is just constructed and just like her upper rib shape and the way some things are, but the depth is there and everything flows and makes sense. And it doesn't matter if we're talking about heifers or steers. I think an important thing, making them stout in their build yet still functional and good striding, that heifer does that to a very, very high degree. That scimitar show was awesome. I thought we had a lot of depth, and this young lady brought in an awesome pair to the show today. And I think for an older heifer to still be so good from a structural standpoint, I love how robust she is through her rib cage. And when you study her, there's a lot of real cow power. And I said that on her back in class and division. I really like that about that female as well. And so a really good lineup. And I know we still have some showing to do in Ring B, but if you are out here, put your hands together for our European heifer exhibitors. I think it's awfully close. And as I stand back and I study the lineup, I'm very comfortable with the pair that I'm going to use. The one I'm going to use for champion, I think, is incredible in terms of her look. Very, very fresh in the way she's put together and awesome from a feet and leg standpoint. The reserve is one that I think reads so genuine in terms of rib shape, thickness, and handles herself very good for an older heifer. Our main's going to be our champion. Our scimitar is going to be our reserve. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Congratulations to our European Caitlin Skiles, winner, and Madison Mosley. We are now going into our grand drive in Ring A. All division and reserve division winners, please come to Ring A for the grand drive. That would be Addison Poe, Emma Finley, Copper Popelka, Rowdy Noasad, Caitlin Skiles, and Madison Mosley. Please come to Ring A for the grand drive. This time I want to thank Richie's Western Wear. If you're down south in Waco, just a little bit of here. Richie's Western Wear is a Western retail store located off of Waco Drive in Waco, Texas, that sells shirts, hats, jeans, Western style shoes and boots, belts, belt buckles, and jewelry. Thank you again to Richie's Western Wear. Special thanks to Miller Hay and Feed Ranch, located in Elmont, Texas, off of I-35. Miller Hay and Feed Ranch is a feed store that sells hay, feed, and other farm and ranch supplies to local livestock owners. Thank you to Miller Hay and Feed Ranch.
Well, as we finish off here in Ring A, we've had a nice heifer show, and I think we've had really an efficient show to this point. So congratulations to the group here at Tarleton of having an awesome weekend of both a steer and a heifer show. And I bragged on them yesterday, but I think that even more so today, I think everything ran awesome. And so if you are here, put your hands together for everybody behind the scenes here at the show. The crew has done an extremely good job and giving up their weekend for your young people and your children to have a good experience. And as we get out here and we finish in this ring. Really enjoyed my 2 days here in Stephenville. And as we get out here in the lineup and the heifers make their circle and pull into place, I'm very, very pleased with these three heifers. Not saying that these are the three that have to surface to the Grand Drive. And I promise you can get a lot of different opinions when you go to different shows. And I think it's important to have your own opinion about your breeding cattle. I think you need to be convicted in the type that you like and raise them the way you like them. And I think that makes things go around. And you should like what you have at the end of the halter, no matter where you stand at a show. If you have a breeding program, I think your beliefs and what you want to stand for are important. And I say that because I don't raise as many cattle as Webb does, and Webb raises some awesome cattle for the show ring and for the real world. And I say that, but I raise enough to know that I can be a pretty sore loser sometimes. And I say that open-mindedly. I'm as barn blind as anybody, but I always make sure to listen. And I hope today, whenever maybe you're second or third, or maybe don't edge out the competition in the lineup, you can agree with some of my breakdown at least. And I say that because, like I said, I am as convicted in what I like to raise, both with cattle and hogs, as much as anybody. And I say that because these three heifers, not saying that they're the epitome of perfect, but I think they're awfully nice. I think they're balanced females. I talked about several things today in terms of function, presence, and balance. These heifers' extension, their freshness to the base of their chest, and the way you read them from their forward back to their flank allows their balance to come together so good. You study them, and we have some differences. The American heifer, I thought, in that lineup read so good. When you step to a three-quarter view and you study the shape to her rib, she's uniquely wide about her pin set and comes together so level. That young lady pulls her together like she has her now, and I think that is one awfully high-quality Beefmaster female that brings forth so much from a breeding versatility standpoint. The British lineup was awesome. I landed on a Shorthorn female that I thought brought forth a lot of positives. Maybe one that compared to some of her counterparts was a little bit older, a little bit more mature, and I thought was one that at the same time, like I alluded to, her look, her genuineness in terms of rib and thickness was very good. I like the way she's square built and comes together very nicely. Our exotic heifer, that was an incredible lineup that we just had in the ring. I think this one, in terms of being a female that gives you an incredibly striking look with just an impeccable set of feet and legs, is something that I was naturally drawn to. I love how soft and maternal she is to the lower portion of her rib cage, yet so absent of chest and so good in the way she ties her parts and pieces together. And so it's been a very, very fun couple of days. Congratulations to our exhibitors, and I'll get us a champion reserve so y'all can finish up there in Ring B.
Congratulations to Caitlin Skiles on Grand, and now entering the ring is Madison Mosley. Congratulations to Madison Mosley on reserve. Now entering ring B is class 23.
Like he's gonna.
Well, good start as we get back to action here in Ring B. A pair of females that on the surface I think are relatively similar. Both of them having quite a bit of quality to them. I'm going to tie into the Smoky Heifer to win this particular decision. Just think there's probably more of her, higher performing within this particular decision, and still very, very attractive in her makeup. I think the Black Heifer probably does sit down with a little more stability, although she doesn't fight the halter quite as much either. But I really like how she hits the ground from her hawk down, super flexible, very sharp. Again, just giving up size and scale in pounds, not quite as soft back to her flank as our class winner either.
Class 23 key winner was Savannah Brumblau, and followed by Brianna Rayburn.
Absolutely exceptional in the way she stops and plants up front. So high-headed and arrogant, how she holds herself together. And then we've been talking about the way cattle transition. Absolutely beautiful how she gets wider and rounder from their back, and is such a balanced package on the profile. Really good single entry. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations to Caitlin Skiles. Now entering ring B is the key breed drive. That'll be Savannah Brumblau and Caitlin Skiles. I'd like to say thank you to the Fambro Construction LLC. Fambro Construction LLC is located in Stephenville, Texas. The United States is part of the residential building construction industry. Thank you to Fambro Construction LLC. As well as PX Feeders. PX Feeders is a family-owned and operated business located in Central Texas with over 50 years of experience in feeding and animal health. They offer a wide variety of services and feeding programs that are designed to fit the specific needs of each producer. They are primarily noted for their bull and heifer development, testing programs, and their Grow Safe testing. Check them out on their website or on Facebook for more information at PX Feeders.
Well, a really quality pair here and a good decision to be made. The Smoky Heifer that won her class. We talked about her advantages within that particular decision, just performance and size and mass. And I think those are certainly strengths for her. And I think she still comes together with a high quality look. Black Heifer obviously didn't agree with my decision and wanted to come make a lap, but certainly the Gray Heifer is, again, high performing, stout, still good made in terms of her look of balance. Speaking of balance, the Black Heifer is just on another level. I think that's a extremely high quality female, no matter the breed or the scenario. We will use the Black Heifer to win. Gray Heifer will follow her for reserve.
Our key breed winner is Caitlin Skiles, and key reserve is going to be Savannah Brumblau. Now moving into ring B is class 25. This is also going to be our main breed drive. I want to say a special thank you to Red Chain Feeds. Red Chain Feeds in Gorman Milling is a family-run business that has been serving farmers and ranchers since 1969. No matter your livestock needs, Gorman Milling specializes in custom formulas and custom feeds. Buying in bulk to the train car loads enables Gorman Milling to keep their costs down and pass those savings on to their customers while continuing to provide high-quality livestock feeds. Check out Red Chain Feeds at one of its convenient locations in Gorman and Stephenville. Thank you to Red Chain Feeds.
Another single entry heifer that's impeccable in terms of her ability to operate around the ring and stop and plant with a huge look of presence just on an initial look. Extremely high quality in her ability to hook all those pieces together very, very smoothly. Congratulations on another good breed champion.
Congratulations to Caitlin Skiles. If you're looking to spruce up your lawn care, you can go to Lone Star Windmills. Lone Star Windmills have been manufacturing decorative windmills, rustic windmills, water towers, and wagons since 2000. Located in Ross, Texas, just north of Waco off I-35, their products are handcrafted to the highest quality and proudly made in the great state of Texas. You can visit them at Lone Star Windmills. Like to say thank you to King Motor Company. King Motor Brownfield, Texas is your #1 source for quality used vehicles. With their impressive inventory of cars, trucks, and SUVs, they're sure to meet your needs and budget. Their team is made up of automotive professionals that you can trust and guarantee a hassle-free, satisfying car buying experience. They look forward to serving you in the near future. As well as King Motor Company wants to wish good luck to all the exhibitors this weekend. Thank you to King Motor Company. Now entering in ring B is class 26 with ORB Wyatt Gandy.
One other good single entry as we continue on here in a female, obviously that's very good in terms of her angles and how she hits the ground. Another female that I think is really appropriate in how she holds her front end, the balance that she comes back with, and yet pretty shapely as you study her as well. Really good female here for this young man. Congratulations to him.
Now entering the ring is class 27. Caitlin Skiles, Riley Ramblin, and Ellie Hurt. Following this class in ring B, we will move into the ORB breed drive. I'd like to say a special thank you to AA Mobile DJ Services AA Mobile DJ Services is a local family-run business that specializes in bringing the fun to you. Available for weddings and private parties, you are guaranteed to have the best music and DJ that you would want at AA Mobile DJ Services.
Nice set of females. I think a lot of give and take, specifically in 2-3 decision. I'm going to sort them backwards, if you will, and how they came. With the Heifer leading around and winning, just a real set leader in terms of body and substance. I love the flexibility she gets around with in that moderate package. And then again, one that can stop and plant with a really high quality look. It's close to me in second and third, and I've been back and forth in my mind here over the last few seconds. So I think it can go either way. To me, the chromed up Heifer just maybe reads with a notch more quality in terms of her look up front. I like that she's laid back a nickel better from her shoulder down. I think she flexes and goes really well. And for her size, I think there's enough muscle when you step in behind her. I think it gets close for me because is she enough for her size? And again, I think that can go either way depending on how they hit you. I like the added performance, the size and scale, the center body of the black Heifer that's going to be third. That's probably why I've been back and forth in my mind, because I do think performance is important. And so I like the extra size and scale and body. Just reads a nickel plainer, just a little plainer in her foot and bone size, a little plainer up front. And as I study the structure on them, she wants to get just a little forward up front. But again, hasn't hindered her ability to have those advantages in terms of center body mass and size.
Class 27 winner is Caitlin Skiles, followed by Ellie Hurt and Riley Ray Bowling. We will now move into our breed drive for ORBs. Backdrop photos for both rings will be taken at the completion of the shows. All photos will be uploaded and available for download when ready. The link will be posted to the Pursuit of Purple Facebook page.
Good pair as we get our drive out here. The black baldy female is probably biggest advantages are just size and scale and performance in her own right within this particular decision. And yet I still think she collects herself with a really nice look in terms of balance. To be a little bigger in terms of her scale, if you will. She still balances nice, still really nice in terms of her look. And so just a very, very complete female that also likes to fight the halter a little bit for this young man. And so he has to work a little extra hard to get her pulled together. But when he does so like that, I think that one's really high quality. The solid black Heifer that just won that class of competition, I think is probably the same mold as the last few Heifers we've been using in terms of being really sound, really flexible in her lower joints, and then her ability to just stop and plant with such a high quality look is certainly super impressive. And I think this one is a little more moderate in her kind, which I certainly don't think is a bad thing. Comes with a lot of belly shape and sweep to her center cavity, and so she's really impressive. And when she stops and plants herself like that, again, just reads with that extra quality. So I think it's very competitive between two females, and I think you can go either way. To me, the black Heifer is kind of the mold we've been after. We'll use her to win. As we think back to that chrome Heifer that we just analyzed in terms of her added look that she's got, she's still sound and flexible, but wanted to see a little more size and dimension to that female. For those reasons, I like these two females the best that are standing in front of us. Young man is going to be reserved.
Congratulations to our ORB breed winner, Caitlin Skiles, and our reserve breed winner, Wyatt Gandy. We will now move into class 28 of our Simmentals in ring B. Hey, as you're leaving the show today, If you need a little pick-me-up as you're leaving Stephenville, go by our friends at T2Go. T2Go and T Energy is owned by two local team ropers, Carson and Caden Tinsley. The brothers have brought to Stephenville a healthy tea for a healthy living. For all tea lovers and energy drinkers, be sure to stop by and see them this weekend. They want to wish good luck to all the exhibitors and to the students making the pursuit of purple show happen. I want to say another special thank you to our friends at Stephenville Equine Sports Medicine. If you need anything for your horses or your equine animals, your four-legged buddies, out on County Road 205, you can see our friends Dr. Doris at Stephenville Equine Sports Medicine. Isn't that right, Hadley?
Good start to our Simmental show. This young lady's got a good project and doing a really good job with her. That's the kind of pattern that I think is appropriate for a young heifer like this. Nicely balanced, good body shape, gets around the ring with some soundness and structure. Really good start. Congratulations to this young lady.
Congratulations to our Simmental in Class 28, Darcy Burden. We're now going to move into Class 29. It's going to be Madison Mosley, Ellie Hurt, and Brylan Furich.
Really competitive trio. I like all three of these heifers quite a bit, and I think they all three have a ton of value to them. I like them how they came to us with the female up front winning. Probably the one that's just the most ideal in how she transitions. That heifer doesn't give you a bad look. She's sound. She comes into her shoulder right, down her top line, back out of her hip. Just everything pieces together extremely good, and that's where I think she goes ahead and wins the class. The heifer that's maybe the most out there in terms of pieces is going to be second. I really like how arrogant this female is to her front end, how cocky she holds her head and neck. Getting behind the cattle, I think she's the set leader in terms of roundness of rib and just width and power. I like that about her. And combining that with the extra flexibility she goes with down low, I think are all reasons why she needs to stay in second. That heifer to me just not quite as perfect in how she transitions down her top line. Not quite as level, not quite as neat in terms of those transitions as the female that gets around her. When you stop her like that, young lady, that's a dang good heifer to be in second. Heifer in third's awfully good as well. I think that one is going to win a lot of classes because just in her own right, she puts her pieces together very, very nice. She's balanced, she's smooth, she's attractive up front. As you start to compare to the cattle ahead of her, I don't know if she's just quite as fresh today when you get on top of her. There's not as much upper shape, gets a little staler over the top of her hip. And I think she's very sound structure just compared to that unique one in second, just not quite as extra in terms of the reach and give she has to her lower skeleton.
Congratulations to our Class 29 winner, Madison Mosley. Second, Ellie Hurt. And third, Brylan Furich. Now coming into the ring is class number 30. It's going to be Madison Mosley, Eli Gandy, and Carly Burks. Another big thank you to our friends at Saddle Rags, the Western store just west of town. And visit Saddle Rags for all of your Western attire needs. Boots, jeans, hats, and shirts. And go see our friends at Saddle Rags. All European breed winners, please make your way to the holding area in Ring B for the European Division Drive.
Another really competitive trio. I like all these Heifers quite a bit. Would be very proud to be associated with them. And these young kids are doing a great job in terms of their presentation, not only today, but obviously getting them to this point. It's hard to manage big Heifers or Heifers of this size to this point. So my hat's off to them. I do like them as they came to us, similar to our last class. The Heifer up front is just the most of the most, in my opinion. She's so impressive when you get off kind of on the side of the cattle and how round ribbed she is, how massive she is through her center body. And yet I still think she balances herself extremely good on the profile. And to be as big and just the most of the most as she is, she still really handles it extremely well in terms of her ability to get around and flex. And so just a very impressive animal, I think, to lead us off. Probably in my mind gets a little closer between second and third. And I think it depends on how you like cattle, how you sort them. To me, I'm going to call the black heifer in the middle just really fresh and high quality and go ahead and leave her in second. I like that she's really clean through her chest floor, really neat through her front end, the balance that she comes with from their back, her structure, everything is there. At this stage, if you want to see more of her, I get it. You probably put her in third. She probably could be more robust, and I don't know that she's enough, obviously, to get around her class winner. But I just appreciate that mold, the femininity, the balance that she comes with. I call her enough to be in second. That's a really, really good red streak-faced heifer to be standing in third. Young lady, I completely understand that. Again, I'd be very proud to own this heifer, be affiliated with her. She is super stout. I love how powerful and genuine she is out of her top line down into her rib cage, the muscle that she comes with, and yet I still think she's pretty dang neat and right through her front end and balances very well to go with it. Just probably a little more muscle than I prefer. And so with that added stoutness, she kind of get off in terms of the way she's deposited fat over her top line. I certainly think she's fresh, but just not as neat as those heifers in front of her, and probably just a little too much muscle for a guy that likes them a little more angular. Congratulations on a really good trio.
Congratulations to our Class 30 winner, Madison Mosley, followed by Eli Gandy and Carly Burks. Into the ring now is Class 31, Darcy Burden. This will be our second call for European Division winners, breed winners.
Good pair that I'm assuming wraps up our Simmental show. Maybe the cutest pair, if you will, that we've seen all day. These young ladies are getting it done and doing a good job. I like the cow. Has some size and scale and performance. I think that's still important. Her udder seems to set down appropriately. She's balanced to go along with her additional size. Doing a good job raising the calf there. So my hat's off to these kids. Congratulations on another good single entry.
Congratulations to our Class 31 winner, Darcy Burden, on her pair. Now coming into the ring is Darcy Burden, Madison Mosley, and Darcy Burden. This is going to be our Simmental breed drive in Ring B.
Nice lineup of Simmental. It's one of the more competitive breeds that we've seen so far today. Again, my hat's off to the kids here and the folks behind them. Our youngest female up front, again, is the mold that I think makes her super complete. She's sound. She's got some center body. She's got some balance to her. I don't know if she's quite as out there in terms of quality as a couple behind her, but I think that makes a very good cow prospect. And again, as I mentioned earlier, I think good cows make the best show heifers. Heifer out of the next class came out of that really competitive class and beat one, two that were really good, one behind her that I thought was really unique. And she stands out here because she's just so complete. There's no big holes in this heifer. From nose to tail, everything fits together very well. From whatever angle that you look at her at, everything is very appropriate in how she puts it together. So just no big holes in that heifer. Again, super complete and yet really high quality. The big heifer had to also crawl out of a class that was extremely competitive of two other females that I think could easily be standing out here. And she did so because it's extremely impressive just how massive she is and how she handles it, both in terms of her structure of movement, because to be that big, she really gets around with a lot of flexibility and still holds her spine right and everything fits her very well. And I still think she still balances herself very, very nice. And for the most part is extremely fresh to have that much mass to her. So for different reasons, I think that one's just as impressive and maybe as impressive as any that we've seen today. The cow-calf pair, again, is just super. I like the added size that cow's got to her. I like the other quality just in terms of how everything is attached. And again, that's another one that's with her added performance, balances appropriately, and obviously appreciate the fact that she's in production and that these two young individuals are doing a great job there with that pair. So I think it's extremely competitive, specifically between two heifers. To me, the one that's probably most impressive in what she's able to do is our Class 3 winner, Shelby Champion.
Is the breed winner. Congratulations to our breed winner, Madison Mosley. Entering the ring now is Eli Gandy.
Well, as we mentioned, that was a tough class, and that's a very high quality heifer. If that one hits you as the one that's ultra fresh and high quality, I think you could easily tie into her in a hurry within that particular class because she is better through her chest floor. I love her lines. I love just the idea of that female in terms of having lots of quality and lots of integrity in terms of her structure. So I think it remains competitive. To me, the one that's the second most unique is our Class 2 winner, Shelby Reserve.
Congratulations again to Madison Mosley on the reserve. This will be the final call for all European breed winners and division winners and now coming into the ring is our European division drive. This will be Madison Mosley. Caitlin Skiles. Caitlin Skiles. And Caitlin Skiles. And Madison Mosley. So Caitlin Skiles and Madison Mosley. I'd like to say thank you again to Caliber Collision Centers. Caliber Collision Centers repairs cars back to pre-collision condition and helps their customers by restoring the rhythm of your life on your car. They're a preferred partner of the nation's leading vehicle manufacturers and all major insurance carriers. Their technicians receive ongoing comprehensive industry-recognized training and utilize the latest technology to ensure that they restore your car back to the manufacturer's standards. They're the nation's largest collision repair provider with over 1,400 convenient locations in 40 different states and growing. Thank you again to Caliber Collision Centers. Final call for all division winners and reserve winners for the grand drive in Ring B.
Well, extremely fun to sort through these exotics, and I know everybody's probably anxious to get out of here after a long morning and obviously creeping into the afternoon here. And I can study on these things for a long time, and I literally think you could place them about every way, depending on how they hit you. And I think it would be quote unquote right, if you will. I just think it's very opinionated at this point, specifically at this level. Just real quick, this one up front hits me extremely hard. Just again, her structure, the look that she's got up front, the softness of belly that she comes with is absolutely tremendous. And compared to the heifer right behind her, that I think is very similar, and really the next two heifers, she's stouter. She's rounder in her rib. She's a little more powerful. There's just a little more size there. And so that animal is very, very impressive. And much like I said yesterday in our exterior exotic lineup, she very well could end up, when it's all said and done, be the best one when they're real big breds and or generate the most dollars or the highest quality calves at the end of the day. As we look back years from now, she's extremely good. Comparatively, I don't know that she's quite as dead level down her top line as the female that's circling around right behind her. And that, to me, is the strength of this heifer here. Behind her is just how she blends her pieces together. It is super hard to breed them in a fashion where they hook everything together so elegantly in terms of nose, transition into her neck, shoulder, dead level from their back. She has no hair, yet everything blends extremely well. Again, another one that's extremely good structure. She's the least of the heifers, in my opinion, out here. When you step in behind them, just a little flatter, a little more angular in terms of her muscle. And so not the power one out here by any means, but I think the set leader and just being able to hinge her pieces together so elegantly. And again, that might be the hardest thing to do, is in terms of mating cattle and breeding cattle, is get them to hook everything together nicely. Heifer circling behind her is the same mold, in my opinion. I think these heifers are very similar. Same kind of structure, same kind of softness of body, same kind of look when you get her stopped. She is a little more moderate, in my opinion, a little softer in terms of her lower belly, and so maybe not just as chiseled through her chest floor or high in terms of performance, but I think she's good in all those areas, and I think in the same league just in terms of quality and similar build. The star-headed Simmental heifer is just as impressive to me as the heifers in front of her, but for a different reason. It's when you kind of get off on the side of her and behind her, just see how big-bellied she is, how robust she is in her center cavity. And again, I think uniquely it's very impressive that she scoots around and flexes everything the way that she does to have that much size and weight to her, and really balance herself so nicely too, from her nose back into her shoulder and from there back through her hip is really impeccable. There's one thing I'd change about her, and I'd just try to cut out her chest floor if you could. It comes with the territory, and none of them are perfect. And so that's the one angle where you might adjust her there from the profile. Man, you get behind her, and she is the most impressive heifer out here. So, again, lots of different things that can happen in terms of lining these heifers up. My personal favorite in terms of uniqueness of balance is going to be the heifer that's second in the lineup. She'll go ahead and be champion exotic.
Congratulations to Caitlin Skiles.
Again, I think you can go lots of different directions in terms of how the cattle hit you. To me, that one was the most unique in blending her pieces together. The heifer that's maybe the second most unique in terms of value that she brings is contrasting in terms of value, as we discussed, but it's going to be the Simmental to go ahead and be reserved.
Congratulations to Madison Mosley. We will now begin our grand drive in Ring B. Grand drive will be with Addison Poe, Emma Finley, Rowdy Noasad, Addison Poe, Caitlin Skiles, and Madison Mosley.
Well, extremely impressive set, and just real quick, want to appreciate Tarleton for having Quest and I out. Really enjoyed the last couple of days. The show runs and functions extremely good. They do a great job of putting it on, and we're appreciative of them. And certainly the quality has been second to none. I get to do a few of these jackpot type shows, if you will, throughout the year. I don't think I've ever done one where the steer show was so high quality, and then you bring in and have just the same kind of level of quality and competition within the heifer show. So it's been extremely fun. Again, it's just been my opinion. My opinion is tremendous. Your kids are even better. And again, that's why we're out here, is to use these cattle as a vessel to raise these kids. American's really unique. I think that one's extremely high quality. I think very unique for the breed. We talked about her length of spine, yet structural soundness, and how she still collects herself together so well. Just a very, very interesting creature that I think is going to be fun, not only to show, but to breed around in the future. We went out on a limb, maybe a little bit in my mind, used the young Hereford calf. Hopefully, young man, you prove me right and take care of this calf and do a lot of winning down the road. Because again, as I mentioned, I think that's the mold that you were after in terms of a young prospect, just a very high quality calf. And then that exotic female, we talked about just her silhouette and how unique she is in putting her pieces together. So again, my hat's off to you. I'll show you the two I like best. Congratulations to these kids.
Congratulations to Caitlin Skiles for grand overall. Into the ring now is Madison Mosley. Congratulations to Madison Mosley on reserve. We'd like to thank our judges for coming and doing a fabulous job sorting a tremendous group of heifers. We'd also like to thank all of the exhibitors for selecting our show this weekend. Our show wouldn't have happened without you. We'd also like to extend our gratitude to the parents and support system each exhibitor needs to participate in this amazing activity and that we call agriculture. As an event that is student organized, promoted, and conducted from start to finish, we thank you for coming and we look forward to seeing you next year at the Pursuit of Purple. One more time, we'll have the backdrop photos for both rings taken at the completion now. All photos will be uploaded and available for download when ready. The link will be posted onto the Pursuit of Purple Facebook page for complimentary downloads. Thank you, and God bless.